Cabs, listen. Can you tell us how many people have joined on the net? Nobody, only one. So before I come on the stage, I want a parchi pe how many people have joined virtually. Somebody should just calculate. Panelists. But how do we know? नहीं virtual का भी तो we can keep track. How would you keep track? तो मुझे आप बता देना. मुझे पर्ची लिख के दे देना. Question waiting आपने करनी है. अच्छा, it's already there. Okay. नहीं. Questions कैसे आ रहे हैं? How do questions are coming? So questions can only come on for the panelists, ना? For, you can't switch it off from here. Permanently on it. Permanently on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen who are watching us on the YouTube, we are going to commence the proceedings at 1100 hours. At 1100 hours, we'll prepare a video of the Indian entrepreneurs who have showcased their products. So we will commence the proceedings at sharp at 1100 hours.
Check. Audio check. 1 2. Check. 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 Audio check.
Just think what you speak. It should create a splash. Hi Abhishek, how do you read me? Abhishek, how do you read me? Just unmute yourself. Janal Pannu, good morning. I can't hear them. It's not connected. Abhishek, can you hear me? Just raise your hand if you can hear me. Just raise your hand. You can't hear me? Janal Pannu sir, good morning. Janal Pannu sir, can you hear me sir? There's some issue. Just sort out this issue of VC.
The Madhya Pradesh has almost everything rich heritage: temples, stoops, palaces, forts, spectacular mountain ranges, meandering rivers, waterfall, and miles of dense forests, which offer a unique and exciting panorama of wildlife and culture diversity, festivals, fairs, crafts, arts, and make it a land of splendor. Madhya Pradesh now aim to attract private participation in tourism sector like hotels, resorts, wellness centers, film studios, golf course, and other tourism related areas. Tourism policy has 3 core pillars structured. The tourism department formed an institute called Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, who has mandate for attract private investment. Tourism Board responsible for allotment of land and heritage, and midway treat to investors through e-tendering process. Reverse price of land is only INR 5 lakhs per hectare in rural areas and only INR 10 lakh per hectare in urban areas for 90 years on lease. The key attraction of policy are reserve price of heritage property only 1 lakh rupees. The policies also allow the direct allotment of available government land to investors under Ultra Mega Project Scheme on first come first served basis. The department provides lands and license to private investors for conducting water camping and adventure activity. There is a film tourism policy for the development of film related activities in the state, in which facilities subsidies are being provided for shooting of film, web series, etc., and for the construction of theatres, cinema, and the film studios and infrastructure. Apart from
Good morning, General Pannu. Can you hear me? Pannu sir, can you hear me? Actually, yes, sir, I think I can hear you now. Can you hear me? Okay, sir.
Academia plays a pivotal role because academia is where the future of the technology has to be developed. So whatever things we are looking at in the future, 5 years down the line, we will start working on them right away. So how is all this?
Yeah, it's better. Be slightly close to your mic and more deliberate, okay? Yeah, Abhi or just say 2-3 more sentences, please.
So, Kanpur has been doing a significant amount of research in the area of drones for the last decade or so, and it will continue to work in this area. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's much better. It's much better. Okay, you can start the video now. You can start the video, dim the lights on this thing and start the video.
These private investors are being invited on Triple P model for development, operation and management of river cruise, ropeways, golf course, ho-ho bus service, convention center and star hotels, intrastate, air taxi, etc. Tourism policy offers 15 to 50% capital subsidy incentives on establishment of tourism projects at any place in the state up to INR 90 crores. So we invited and warm welcome to the Set Up Your Dream Tourism project.
Okay, okay, thank you. Tell me, what time are you starting?
The Madhya Pradesh has almost everything rich heritage: temples, stoops, palaces, forts, spectacular mountain ranges, meandering rivers, waterfall, and miles of dense forests, which offer a unique and exciting panorama of wildlife and culture diversity, festivals, fairs, crafts, arts, and make it a land of splendor. Madhya Pradesh now aim to attract private participation in tourism sector like hotels, resorts, wellness centers, film studios, golf course, and other tourism related areas. Tourism policy has three core pillars structured. The tourism department formed an institute called Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, who has mandate for attract private investment. Tourism Board
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly settle down? Honorable Rajya Raksha Mantri may join us anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, just would like to inform you that Honorable Raksha Raj Mantri ji is already here with us. He is just shortly joining us. Thank you. Kindly settle down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my honor and a privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome you all. I would first like to welcome all the dignitaries who are on the dais with us, especially the chief guest of the seminar, Shri Ajay Bhatt ji, Honorable Raksha Raj Mantri, Government of India, Air Marshal B.R. Krishna, PVSM, AVSM, SC, ADC, Chief of Integrated Defence Staff, to the Chairman, Chief of Staff Committee. Welcome, sir. Shri Jayant Kumar, Joint Secretary Aero, Ministry of Defence, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Shri Ashish Rajvanshi, Chair FICCI Drones Committee. Shri Sumit Gupta, Assistant Secretary General FICCI. I would also like to mention some dignitaries who are not on the dais but joined us today off the dais. Lieutenant General Vinodji Khandare and AVM Rajiva Ranjan ji. Welcome you all, sir. Now I would like to request Shri Ashish Rajvanshi, Chair of FICCI Drones Committee, to welcome Honorable Raksha Raj Mantri ji by presenting a green certificate. Sir, this is the tradition. We have done away with the flowers and we are now presenting green certificates to dignitaries. I would again request Shri Rajvanshi to welcome Air Marshal B.R. Krishna by presenting a green certificate to him as well. May I have a round of applause? Thank you, sir. Now I would request Shri Sumit Gupta, Assistant Secretary General FICCI, to welcome Shri Jayan Kumar, Joint Secretary Aero, Ministry of Defence, with a green certificate. Thank you, sir. I would again request Shri Sumit Gupta to welcome Colonel Manik Anand with a green certificate. Thank you, sir. May I now request all our dignitaries on the dais to kindly join Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri ji in releasing MOD FICCI background paper on defense grade drones. May I have the report, please? Thank you, sir. Now, to give a official welcome address, may I now request Shri Ashish Rajvanshi, Chair FICCI Drones Committee, to kindly join us on the podium.
Good morning. Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri Shri Ajay Bhatt, respected Air Marshal B.R. Krishna, Honorable Joint Secretary Aero, esteemed panelists, my dear friends, it gives me great honor to welcome all of you on behalf of FICCI and the entire industry to this seminar on achieving excellence in defense-grade drones as part of Aero India 2023. With an apt topic to discuss today, making world-class drones for Indian defense forces in the world, this seminar is bound to be an important deliberative platform for the industry and for the national industry. We are having this event at a time of global crisis and at a time of opportunity. We are having this event at a time of caution and a time of resilience, a time of Atma Raksha and time of Atma Nirbharta. As we speak, we are already seeing the future of warfare and defense unfold before our eyes. Recently, the US shot down a spy balloon, waking us to an era of warfare from the outer edges of space. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has shown us the glimpses of the unmanned nature of warfare already entering the second year. Drones have taken center stage in the ongoing narrative, and the ways our skies are patrolled and protected are changing forever. Achieving excellence in defense-grade drones, therefore, is no more a nice-to-have feature for India's defense, it's a necessity. How ready are we for this change? A change from a traditional manned warfare to a future of unmanned warfare. To use an analogy, I believe in the mind we are ready, but the hard work in getting the body to follow what the mind says still needs to be done. Recent experience with the COVID and the China Plus One strategy has exposed multiple vulnerabilities in our supply chain. The defense drone sector needs to indigenize rapidly, innovate ahead of the curve, and build scale at a pace never seen before if we are to launch ourselves into the future of security. Green shoots are already there. We have, as a nation, seen an unprecedented wave of defense procurement under both emergency and regular routes. The last 4 months alone have seen over 16 emergency procurement programs being launched for various drones and counter-drone technologies, totaling roughly more than 3,000 crores, which is almost a 10x growth over the previous year. The initial impetus has been provided by the government. Now it's the time for the industry to catch up. It's important as a nation, as policymaker, as industry leaders, to assess our readiness to propel India into the next generation of security. FICCI has been working actively in the drone sector since 2015, when an unidentified drone was sighted in New Delhi airport and was perceived as a security threat. It has subsequently been part of multiple steps to promote active dialogue between various stakeholders and has influenced landmark developments in the sector, be it the ban on imports or the liberalized drone rules over the last 18 months. Today's event is a key milestone in our path to promote a more secure future for ourselves. Today's event is filled with august personalities from every stakeholder group that needs to act in sync to ensure that the local defense sector indigenizes at a speed that befits our intent. There are many aspects which we want to cover in this journey, be it the promotion of indigenous parts manufacturing, provision of finance to startups, creation of clusters for promoting small drones and large drones, providing seamless transfer of technology, access to testing sites, focusing on indigenous R&D and skill development. We have representatives from the government, large corporates, startups, as well as industry bodies, each of whom carries invaluable perspective on how this can be achieved. At the same time, these perspectives need to be shaped into action. The more specific the direction, the more cohesive the action will be. As I open the floor to my fellow speakers, let us try to map the capabilities of Indian drone manufacturers, discuss challenges which may impact operational excellence and long-term upgradation plans, and propose clear deadline-based driven action points to take India's defense-grade drone industry to a scale not just to meet the local but the global requirements. Jai Hind, good day.
Thank you, Shri Rajvanshi, for setting the context and also taking us through the journey of FICCI Drones Committee. Now, I would like to hand over the dais to Colonel Manik Anand to take the proceedings forward. Colonel Anand is a second generation military professional with 30 years of experience in operational matters. He currently heads the aerospace division in DPP at Ministry of Defense and working very closely with industry chambers, especially FICCI. He has done an MBA and he is an alumni of Defense Service Staff College with instructional grading in all courses. The officer has been instrumental in synergizing efforts of all stakeholders, including academia, research, and he is working closely with FICCI Committee on Drones to develop a roadmap of making India a drone manufacturing hub by 2030, as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister. And he is keeping the national security in mind and is a firm proponent of doing business in national interest. So over to you, Colonel Manik Anand ji.
We now request the Honorable Rajya Raksha Mantri to take the seat on the front. Sir. Ashish, can I request you to usher in? Can you just have the presentation, please? Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Shubh Prabhat. Adaniya Shri Ajay Bhatt ji, Maniniya Raksha Rajya Mantri, Bharat Sarkar, Air Marshal B.R. Krishna, Param Vishis Seva Medal, Ati Vishis Seva Medal, Saurya Chakra, ADC, Chairman, Chief of Executive Staff, Joint Secretary Aero, Mr. Ashish Rajvanshi, distinguished panelists, आप सभी गणमान्य व्यक्तियों का और हमारे distinguished panelists, the best brains of the drone industry, the academia और हमारी audience जो physical और virtual आज काफ़ी तादाद में जुड़ी हुई है। मैं माननीय रक्षा राज्य मंत्री को बताना चाहूँगा सर कि हमारे 2 पैनल्स भी वर्चुअल हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी का हम पूरा इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और ये यूट्यूब लिंक पे लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रही है एंड इट इज़ गोइंग ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड सर, इंक्लूडिंग दी फॉरेन डिफेंस अटैचेज इन दिल्ली हु हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू अटेंड बिकॉज ऑफ देयर कमिटमेंट्स। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और फिकी इस सेमिनार की तैयारी पिछले 2 महीने से कर रही है। इस दौरान स्टेक होल्डर्स कंसल्टेशन वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस द्वारा और अनेक इन पर्सन ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशंस किए गए हैं। आज मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि हमारा एम क्या है। हमारा एम ये है भारत को जो है 2030 तक एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब ऑफ ड्रोन्स बनाना। ऑल्दो फिकी और अर्नेस्ट यंग की एक रिपोर्ट है जिसमें ये कहा गया है कि सिविल सेक्टर और जो मिलिट्री सेक्टर है अगर वो मिल के काम करें, और यहाँ पर SIDM का एक रिपोर्ट है ग्रुप कैप्टन नारंग ने बनाई थी जिसमें मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस सबको ये मिल के काम करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि इसमें बहुत इंडस्ट्रीज़ जो हैं बहुत कॉमन हैं। और जो हमारा 3 महीने का ये निचोड़ निकला है वो ये निकला है कि ड्रोन्स के लिए इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमारे साथ प्रोफेसर अभिषेक IIT कानपुर से जुड़ेंगे जो इसके बारे में बताएंगे। सेकेंड मुद्दा है डूइंग बिजनेस इन नेशनल इंटरेस्ट। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। द पैराडाइम है द बायर वांट्स टू बाय इन अ क्विक टाइम फ्रेम थ्रू अ L1 vendor. The seller wants to sell at any cost, sourcing his components from anywhere to become L1. But this has got national security implication. So this is the paradigm. This is the thing what we are here to resolve today. So we urge the Indian industry to do the business in keeping national interest in mind, because there are certain reports that even as we speak, some of the intelligence from across the border is going across. जो आज का सेमिनार है उसका एम है टू गैल्वेनाइज द एंटायर ड्रोन इकोसिस्टम। हम यहाँ पर सारे बिग इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस, टाटा एरोस्पेस डिफेंस, अडानी, महिंद्रा, ऑल आर हेयर अलॉन्ग विद द वेरियस स्टार्टअप्स। अगर मैं किसी का नाम भूल जाऊँ तो प्लीज़ मुझे क्षमा करें, बट हमने पूरे इकोसिस्टम को एकजुट करने की कोशिश की है जिसमें एकेडेमिया, रिसर्च, एवरीथिंग है। हमको सबको एकजुट के मिलके काम करना है, इन्फॉर्मेशन को शेयर करना है। मेरे लास्ट के तकरीबन 2 साल के एक्सपीरियंस में मैंने देखा है एरोस्पेस डिवीज़न के अंदर कि हम लोग सब अकेले अकेले काम कर रहे हैं। इस सेमिनार का एम है सबको यहाँ पर एकजुट होकर दिमाग लगा के काम करना, सो दैट इस जो इशू है जो कि एक नेशनल सिक्योरिटी इशू बन चुका है उसको हम एड्रेस करें। और सर ये एक सेमिनार आज 2:30 बजे ख़त्म नहीं होगा, ये एक शुरुआत है और हम आपको एक प्रेजेंट करेंगे एक टाइम बाउंड एक्शन प्लान जो है। तो ये एक सिर्फ आज की शुरुआत है जो ऑलरेडी 3-4 महीने से ये जद्दोजहद लगी है। सर सेमिनार जो जाएंगे क्योंकि ऑनरेबल रक्षा राज्य मंत्री को जाना है दूसरी मीटिंग में, तो मैं उनको बताना चाहूँगा कि सबसे पहले जो है हमारे पास 2019 में डिप्टी इंटीग्रेटेड IDS के जो चीफ हैं जनरल पन्नू साहब बताएंगे, एक मिलिट्री पर्सपेक्टिव देंगे कि किस तरह ड्रोन्स जो है वॉरफेयर को चेंज कर रहे हैं। हम बात करेंगे स्पेसिफिकेशन, सिक्योरिटी रिस्क्स, इंडिजनाइजेशन बॉटलनेक, L1 वर्सेस EPP, EPPs एनहांस्ड परफॉर्मेंस पैरामीटर्स और पेटेंट्स के बारे में, IDEX, TDF, सिविल मिलिट्री ड्रोन स्टैंडर्ड्स, सर्टिफिकेशन क्या स्टेट है, क्या इम्पैक्ट है। रंजन सर, I'll request you to come here. Prabhakar, can you just... Sir, here, sir. Yeah. Airspace integration, testing के बारे में बात होगी एंड किस तरह से ड्रोन्स को काउंटर किया जाएगा, द काउंटरिंग द ड्रोन थ्रेट, उसके बारे में भी बात होगी। सर जैसे मैंने बताया लास्ट 4 महीने से हमने थिंक टैंक्स, सब्जेक्ट मैटर एक्सपर्ट्स, एकेडेमिया, रिसर्च स्कॉलर सबसे बात की है। 4 राउंड्स ऑफ VC हो चुके हैं, रिहर्सल्स इंक्लूडिंग 2 यहाँ पर आने के बाद। सारे इंडस्ट्री चेंबर्स चाहे फिकी है, SIDM है, PHDSI है, सिकी है, सबसे इनपुट्स लिए हमने और सभी से बातचीत की है। और आज जो है हमारे डिज़ायर्ड एंड स्टेट यही है कि भारत को 2030 तक एक ड्रोन का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाना और पूरा प्राइम मिनिस्टर की विजन और ऑनरेबल रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह और ऑनरेबल रक्षा राज्य मंत्री की जो है लीडरशिप में हम चाहेंगे कि ये सारे जो है कंपोनेंट्स इंडिया में ही बने और बाहर से हम इसका सोर्स एकदम बंद करेंगे। तो एक टाइम बाउंड एक्शन प्लान बनेगा इसका और आज इसकी शुरुआत है। कुछ ग्राउंड रूल्स हैं पैनलिस्ट के लिए, क्योंकि हमारे पास 15-16 पैनलिस्ट हैं, सिर्फ जो यहाँ नहीं बैठे हैं वर्चुअल पैनलिस्ट हैं। तो जो भी यहाँ बोला जाएगा, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वेटिंग हो चुकी है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस के द्वारा, तो वो एक्यूरेट होना चाहिए, ब्रीफ होना चाहिए, क्लैरिटी होना चाहिए और फैक्ट्स होना चाहिए। और जो ऑडियंस है यहाँ पर, इट्स ऑल ओपन टू एवरीबडी, द फॉरेन फ्रेंड्स, देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पीपल ऑनलाइन एंड आई हैव टोल्ड द FICCI Assistant Secretary General that we will take the questions. It's an open house, it's not the panelists. Everybody who is sitting here in the hall and joining us live on YouTube, you can send in the questions. The questions will be vetted by the Assistant Secretary General of FICCI, Mr. Sumit Gupta, and handed over to me, and then we will take it online. So this was the first VC we had with all the stakeholders in the FICCI boardroom on 3rd February. My team has got Himanshu on the left, and next to him is Mr. Sumit Gupta, Group Captain Narang, and Gaurav. And the another important element is Mr. Ankit Mehta of Idea Forge, who's been working with me for the last 4 months. So we have had round of VCs with all our stakeholders, taking inputs. And we also had a brainstorming session at Aero India just 2 days back, sir, thrashing on the things. Now, sir, we will show you a presentation of Industry 4.0 from Mr. Sukhpreet, which has been set up in the Tamil Nadu Industrial Corridor, which would be an eye-opener. This is the second thing in the world. Over to Mr. Sukhpreet from the Tamil Nadu Industrial Corridor. I'll request Sukhpreet to introduce himself to the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri and then carry out with the presentation.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries present. I'm very thankful to Kannar Manik to give me this opportunity to speak on what we are doing. So we have his visit at TANSAM short back, and we have decided that we'll come and come out loud and talk to everyone, tell them that what is that available from our side on Industry 4.0 in drones perspective. So I shall take you through the TANSAM capabilities. TANSAM is basically Tamil Nadu Smart and Advanced Manufacturing Center of Excellence, which is set up by TIDCO, and it's 100% government subsidiary. And it is, through this presentation, we'll like to tell you that what is the capability of TANSAM and what all we are and we can offer in future in terms of drone applications, in terms of aerospace applications, sir. So let me take you through this niche entity, which is first of its kind and second in the world, how we claim it. It's an industry center of excellence, first time set up in India. Mostly we have academic center of excellence before this, but this is just to support startups, MSME and industries in their prospective requirements. We have devised a very specific and flexible opportunity for the industry to come forward and use the center. The center is equipped with all advanced softwares, and we have solutions for Industry 4.0 available. So what we have devised is we are inviting startups, MSME and industries to have pay-per-use kind of model. As per their requirement, they can use the center facility for 1 hour, or they may use it for 1 year. It is purely based on their requirements. Also, we have recruited industry professionals who understand these technologies. We are offering them solutions, end-to-end solutions. We are working on turnkey projects so that that part also is taken care by TANSAM. TANSAM has primarily 7 centers, sir. The first center is Innovative Manufacturing Center, where we have reverse engineering as a heart of this center. We are doing scanning and 3D scanning, and we have a metal printer also available for the prototyping. The second center we have is Smart Factory Center, which is on the automation and robotics integration. In the production line, normally you have to introduce Industry 4.0 jargon, so you can do it at Smart Factory Automation Center. The third center which we have is on augmented reality and virtual reality. We are working on different applications for drones and aerospace where we can have this futuristic application where they can be engaged and we can give us solutions around it. Then fourth center we have is on predictive analytics, where we are performing FEA and CFD solvers. So any requirement on that front can be taken up by this center. The fifth one is innovation center, where we have CAD modeling, new product development work done. The sixth one is on asset performance. We are using it for industrial IoT and AI based applications. This is also available. And the seventh one is product lifecycle management, where we are having the entire facility for testing, for circuit testing, electrical testing. We can do the entire PLM work by use of this center. Some of the solutions which I could put forth, we have new product development design work, indigenization work, CAE and CFD work going around there, industrial robotics, process simulation, plant simulation for mass production of drones. We are performing digital factory solutions also, and we are doing work around all the applications which are there for the manufacturing unit. In future, this will strengthen the industry big time. So just to showcase some of the solutions which we have at center, this is our metal printer. We can print stainless steel, Inconel, copper and tool steel. We have solutions for AR, so this is there available at the center. You can apply any solution related to AR. A virtual reality and a simulation solution is also available there, just to showcase. On the drone application, these are the opportunities which I see where we can invite industry and have a joint solution, or they can have access through TANSEM to work on all this. So nano drones is now going to be, playing an important role in defense and aerospace industry also. So we can actually work in that direction with you. We have PCB circuit designing softwares, and we have a lot of softwares on the PCB testing as well. AI application, industrial IoT also, we can give you solutions. Augmented reality base, you can actually have a HoloLens to control the drone, and that drone can be sent to any opaque area where you can monitor the kind of, if there is any restriction in that area you wanted to observe through a drone, you can do that work by using AR technology. Then we have process and plant simulation. You can actually, if you are setting up a plant, you can have one process simulated and optimized. You can have complete plant simulated and optimized by use of our facility. Our resource people will help you achieve those goals. Then you can have monitoring applications through carriers. We have startups who are working with us on medical drones also for carrying the human organs from one place to another place. That kind of arrangement is also we are working on. Also, we have startups who are supporting us in defense drone applications, like neutralizing an unmanned vehicle from border area. On the aerospace side, sir, we can design and test any air carrier. That kind of capability we have in the simulation environment. We can work on any AI application for the safety. We can also work on asset performance, and we can improve the fuel efficiency in this domain. AR and complex circuit testing we can perform, and also FEA and CFD analysis. I just wanted to showcase that all this can be done at TANSEM, sir. It's a world-class facility available at Chennai now. I welcome from this forum that all the industries who are interested, they may come to us and will work jointly for the solutions and applications which we can offer through TANSEM. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
I now invite Shri Ajay Bhatt, Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri, for his address.
एयर मार्शल श्री कृष्णा जी, श्री जयंत कुमार जी, GS एरो, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस, श्री आशीष राजवंशी जी, चेयरमैन फिक्की कमेटी, ड्रोन कमेटीज, श्री सुनील गुप्ता जी, असिस्टेंट सेक्रेटरी फिक्की, कर्नल माणिक आनंद जी, एरोस्पेस डिवीज़न, रक्षा मंत्रालय, और देश के सभी उद्योगपति, जितने लोग भी यहाँ पर अभी उपस्थित हैं, और जितने सम्मानित लोग यहाँ भाई बहन अन्य प्रतिष्ठानों से यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, सभी अधिकारीगण। सारी बातों का सार अभी जो बताया वो लगभग पूरा हो गया है। मुझे तो सिर्फ ये खुशी है कि आज मैं उन लोगों के बीच में हूँ जो अपने अपने क्षेत्र में अद्भुत कार्य कर रहे हैं, लीडरशिप कर रहे हैं। ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में बताने की मुझे कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि लगभग सारी चीज़ें आ गई हैं। पहले तो हम कैमरा में देखते थे, नए नए आए जब, तो गांव घरों में जब शादी ब्याह होती थी, छोटा लाते थे, कहते थे कैमरा है, ड्रोन का कैमरा है, ड्रोन का कैमरा है। लेकिन आते आते आज ये ऐसी शक्तिशाली चीज़ें होने लग गई हैं कि युद्ध तो आपके बहुत बड़े हथियारों से भविष्य में लड़े जाने वाले नहीं हैं। जैसे कहते थे ना कि बहुत पहले हमारे जो पॉपुलर लीडर रहे हैं देश के, कई लोगों ने कहा है, उन्होंने भी कहा है कि तीसरा वर्ल्ड वार पानी के लिए भी हो सकता है, कमी। तो ऐसे ही अब जो आने वाले दिनों में कोई भी लड़ाइयाँ होंगी, बहुत भारी भरकम हथियारों की उसमें आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ने वाली है। ड्रोन की महती भूमिका उसमें रहने वाली है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2030 तक भारत को वैश्विक ड्रोन हब बनाने के संकल्प में हम सब विश्वास करते हैं कि हर क्षेत्र में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। 7-8 सालों में आपने देखा होगा कोई क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं है जहां हम पीछे रह गए हों। पहले से हम कहीं भी जाते थे बाहर विदेशों में, हम कितने पैसे वाले हों, कितनी बड़ी हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज हों, कितने सर्वगुण संपन्न हों, लेकिन हमको बड़ी अजीब सी निगाहों से विश्व में देखते थे। लेकिन आज हमारा ऑरा अपने आप निखर के आया है। आज विश्व की हम एक प्रकार से धुरी बन गए हैं। कोई ऐसा देश और ऐसा लीडर नहीं है जो आज भारत की तरफ नहीं देख रहा है। ये 7-8 सालों में तो हम बहुत आगे बढ़ गए हैं। उदाहरण भी दिए हैं हमने। कभी हम बाहर से गेहूं मंगाते थे। लेंटाना एक पौधा है, उसका मेरे अंदाज से बॉटनिकल नाम लेंटाना ही है। वैसे कहीं कुरी कहते हैं, कहीं कुछ कहते हैं, एक झाड़ी है। वो कैसे आई? हम गेहूं मंगाते थे, अनाज मंगाते थे, भूखमरी थी, उसी के साथ ये दाने भी आते थे। इसकी बीज से वो पैदा हो गए। कहते हैं कि कैंसरस भी है। वो स्थिति एक समय ऐसी थी कि बाहर से भूखमरी होती थी, हम मंगाते थे। आज हमारी स्थिति ये है कि हमारे अन्न के भंडार पूरी तरह से भरे हुए हैं। बगल का देश आप देखते हैं पाकिस्तान, अभी सभी विद्वान हैं और सभी बहुत समझदार और सारी बातों को जानते हैं। आटे के लिए युद्ध हो रहा, झपट रहे हैं एक दूसरे पर। और एक हमारा देश है, पेंडेमिक आया, थोड़ी लड़खड़ आए, लेकिन बचा लिया। हमने इतना ही नहीं, इतने बड़े देश में पेंडेमिक से कम, भूखों से ज़्यादा मरते हैं। प्लेग के समय हुआ तो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि गरीब का चूल्हा नहीं बुझने देंगे। पहले 50 करोड़ पहली जो लहर आई, फिर 80 करोड़, दूसरी में 80 करोड़, तीसरी में 80 करोड़, कुल मिलाकर अभी तक हम देते जा रहे हैं। ये हमने देश की स्थिति को सुदृढ़ और मजबूत किया। ये उदाहरण इसलिए दिया कि पहले के भारत और आज के भारत में बहुत अंतर है। ये बात जरूर है कि ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी जो कुछ समय पहले तक अन्य देश बहुत आगे थे, तो हम भी आज कम नहीं हैं। हमारी प्राइवेट कंपनीज जितने भी यहाँ पर पार्टिसिपेशन करने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं, और कुछ लोगों ने नाम भी नहीं बताया है, कुछ लोग पब्लिक डोमेन में आना भी नहीं चाहते हैं, क्योंकि चूंकि हमारा डिपार्टमेंट इस किस्म का है कि हमको हर एक के बारे में पता रहता है। मैं भी बताना नहीं चाहूँगा। बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं आप लोग, बहुत अच्छा। हमारा मंत्रालय तो कर ही रहा है, हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर में बहुत अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं। हम हर एक का मुकाबला करने के लिए तैयार हैं। मेरा कई चीज़ों के बारे में यहाँ पर बोलना उचित नहीं रहेगा, क्योंकि कुछ बाध्यताएं होती हैं कि डिपार्टमेंट ऐसा है, जितना आप बोल सकते हैं उतना हम नहीं बोल सकते हैं। लेकिन फिर भी मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमने प्रौद्योगिकी के बारे में जो प्रोग्रेस करी है, उसका आज सारे लोग लोहा मानते हैं। मैंने करीब करीब 14 देशों के रक्षा मंत्रियों से कल वार्ता करी, और आरएम साहब ने और ज़्यादा देशों के मंत्रियों से वार्ता करी। हमारा द्विपक्षीय वार्ता होते रही, बायलैटरल मीटिंग से हुई हैं। तो उसमें ताजुब ये होता है कि हर देश की जो इमेज हमारी बनी है, हर देश में, और जिसको हमारे वहाँ कहते हैं ना कि हमें भी दे दीजिए, हमारे वहाँ भी ये होना चाहिए, हमारे वहाँ ये नहीं है, हमारे वहाँ ये नहीं है, ये वाली चीज़ में हम लेना चाहते हैं। तो जब वो बात करते हैं, और कई लोगों ने कहा कि आप हमसे बहुत आगे हैं, हम आपके सामने उतने नहीं हैं, हमको आपकी सहायता चाहिए, तो तब पता लगता है कि 7-8 सालों में हम आज कहाँ पहुँच गए हैं। क्यों पहुँचे हैं, इसका कारण है, क्योंकि मैं बार बार बताता हूँ कि आप जो यहाँ बैठे थे, आप और सारे जितने लोग हमारे यहाँ पर उद्योग जगत से जुड़े हुए हैं लोग, सब इस समय यहाँ से काम कर रहे हैं। आत्मनिर्भर भारत का मंत्र जो प्रधानमंत्री ने दिया, हर क्षेत्र में, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है ड्रोन की टेक्नोलॉजी किसी देश के पास कितनी बड़ी हो, लेकिन हम कहीं पीछे नहीं हैं, और अच्छी और लगातार हम उसका अन्वेषण कर रहे हैं, रात दिन अनुसंधान चल रहे हैं। हम उससे भी अच्छी, अन्य देशों से भी अच्छे काम हम करने वाले हैं, अच्छी चीज़ें हमारे पास हैं। 3 आयाम हमारी सरकार ने अभी बताया है कि ड्रोन में हम क्या करते हैं। 3 दृष्टिकोण हमने लिए हैं, आयामी दृष्टिकोण। उसमें एक तो हमने ड्रोन नीतियों को उदार बनाया है, ताकि अन्य व्यवसाय इस तकनीक का उपयोग कर लाभ उठा सकें। पहले था नहीं ये नहीं करना है, इस क्षेत्र में नहीं करना है, इसको करेंगे ऐसा हो जाएगा, वैसा हो जाएगा। लेकिन एकदम से परिवर्तन किया, नहीं, उदार होना चाहिए, हर चीज़ में देखना है। क्या नहीं कर सकते हम? जब हमारा सामने वाला कुछ करने को तैयार है तो हम खाली तो नहीं बैठ सकते हैं। और इस नीति को हमने शीघ्र ही लागू भी कर दिया। सरकार ने 25 अगस्त 21 को ड्रोन नियम 2021 को अधिसूचित भी कर दिया, जो हमने चेंज किया था, और वो आज पब्लिक डोमेन में है। आप सब उससे भिज्ञ हैं। दूसरा, हमने 30 सितंबर 21 को ड्रोन और ड्रोन घटकों के लिए 120 करोड़ रुपए के उत्पादन से जुड़ी, मैं समझता हूं प्रोत्साहन राशि उसे कहें, या PLI, प्रोडक्शन लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव, इसको भी हमने शुरुआत कर दी। इससे देश में ड्रोन संबंधी निर्माण करने में और ड्रोन की सेवाएं बढ़ाने में हमको काफ़ी लाभ होगा। क्या क्या हम इसमें कर सकते हैं, वो चीज़ें गवर्नमेंट ने पहले इसमें, जो एक मन में शंका होती थी, लोगों को लगता था गवर्नमेंट का क्या रुख रहेगा, हमें सपोर्ट मिलेगी कि नहीं, पड़ोसी देश या अगल बगल के देश जो हैं बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रहे हैं, हम क्या करेंगे, उस सब के लिए ओपन कर दिया कि आपको ये भी करेंगे, ये भी करेंगे, ये भी करेंगे, आगे बढ़िए। और अगला हमारा है, विभिन्न केंद्रीय मंत्रालयों और राज्य सरकारों को अपने काम में ड्रोन तकनीकी को अपनाने और उसका लाभ उठाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने का काम लगातार सरकार कर रही है, जिसका उद्देश्य दक्षता और आसानी लाना है और नवाचार को बढ़ावा देने और स्वदेशी ड्रोन सिस्टम और सेवाओं के उत्पादन के लिए आधार तैयार करने के लिए घरेलू मांग में वृद्धि करना है। तो इस तरह से जो जो काम करने चाहिए, इसमें गवर्नमेंट ने हर कामों को करने के लिए पूरी तरह से हमारे औद्योगिक घरानों को, हमारे साइंटिस्ट यानी कि वैज्ञानिकों को, सब लोगों को पूरी की पूरी खुली, एक किस्म से मैं छूट कहूँ या छूट नहीं तो आज़ादी कहूँ, आज़ादी दी हुई है कि हम उसमें हर संभव आगे बढ़ें। अभी देखिए, ड्रोन के प्रयोग अब हर जगह बढ़ रहे हैं। आने वाले दिनों में जो युद्ध होगा उसमें तो बहुत बड़ा रोल रहेगा पूरे विश्व में, लेकिन इसके अलावा भी है। भूमि की रिकॉर्ड मैपिंग है, हमारा ओनरशिप यानी कि स्वामित्व योजना कैसे होगी, क्या होगी, इससे हम ये भी निकाल सकते हैं। कृषि का किसान ड्रोन हो गया, स्वास्थ्य देखभाल, सुरक्षा और रक्षा, निगरानी, खनन संबंधी प्रयोग। कई स्टार्टअप और कंपनियां वर्तमान में नए प्रयोगों के विकास और नए उपयोग क्षेत्र की पहचान करने में कार्यरत हैं। इसके अतिरिक्त भारत में स्टार्टअप अपनी तकनीकी क्षमताओं को सुधारने और आगे बढ़ाने पर ध्यान केंद्रित कर रहे हैं, जबकि अनेक संगठन ड्रोन इकोसिस्टम में भारी निवेश कर रहे हैं। इकोसिस्टम एक महत्वपूर्ण पार्ट इसका है और उसमें भी बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में इस समय निवेश हो रहा है। मैं विशेष रूप से रक्षा या सैन्य ग्रेड ड्रोन के बारे में बात करना चाहूँगा, जो ड्रोन नीति उदारीकरण के बाद हुए नागरिक उपयोग की शुरुआत के बावजूद ड्रोन उद्योग के लिए महत्वपूर्ण उपयोग और व्यावसायिक क्षेत्र रहा है। रक्षा खरीद में ड्रोन एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रणाली रही है, क्योंकि वे रक्षा नीति रूप से महत्वपूर्ण प्रौद्योगिकी के रूप में प्रमाणित हैं। निगरानी और यहाँ तक कि दंडात्मक कार्रवाई के मामले में ड्रोन द्वारा प्रदान किए जाने वाले लाभ के कारण ड्रोन सेवाओं की मांग में भी वृद्धि हुई है। अपने बहुमुखी उपयोग की क्षमता का लाभ उठाते हुए रक्षा ग्रेड ड्रोन सैनिकों के चोट और मृत्यु के जोखिम को कम करता है। विशेष रूप से पहाड़ी इलाकों में ड्रोन बहुत उपयोगी रहे हैं, क्योंकि सैनिकों को वह आँख देता है और उनकी मदद करने के लिए 24 घंटे मार्गदर्शन देता है। अभी हमको रक्षा ड्रोन निर्माण के लिए स्वदेशी क्षमताओं का एक इकोसिस्टम बनाने की आवश्यकता है। वर्तमान में रक्षा ग्रेड ड्रोन में विदेशी उप प्रणालियों और महत्वपूर्ण तकनीकी की खरीद और उपयोगिता होती है। कई स्वदेशी ड्रोन निर्माता महत्वपूर्ण उप प्रणालियों कैमरा, पेलोड, ऑटो पायलट, संचार उपकरण आदि का प्रयोग कर रहे हैं जो पड़ोसी देशों से आयात किए जाते हैं। मैं इसमें इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा, ये हतोत्साहित करने के लिए नहीं, बल्कि वास्तविकता है कि वो जासूसी कर सकते हैं, नियंत्रित कर सकते हैं, उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है जिनसे हमारी सीमाएं मिलती हैं। इसलिए हमको यहाँ पर भी सतर्क रहने की आवश्यकता होगी, क्योंकि जब अगर कहीं ऐसी स्थितियां आती हैं, उसकी पूर्ति के लिए, उस चैलेंज को स्वीकार करने के लिए हमको अपनी प्रणाली इतनी डेवलप करनी होगी कि वो क्या मूवमेंट उसका चलने वाला है हम पहले ही पता कर लें। इसमें थोड़ी सतर्कता बरतने की आवश्यकता जरूर होगी। हम आयात पर और विशेष रूप से उन देशों से हमारी निर्भरता कम करना चाहते हैं जो हमारे साथ सीमा साझा करते हैं। हमारी सीमाओं पर कौन है, कौन साझा कर रहे हैं, उसको बताने की आवश्यकता मैं यहाँ पर नहीं समझता हूँ, क्योंकि आप सब जानते हैं हम सभी को आयात पर खर्च करने के बजाय अपने देश में घरेलू उत्पाद बढ़ाने की क्षमता, उत्पाद की क्षमता को बढ़ाने के लिए मदद करने की ज़रूरत है। इससे न केवल विदेशी मुद्रा की बचत होगी, बल्कि घरेलू उद्योग को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा और लाखों लोगों को रोजगार देने में मदद मिलेगी। यह प्रयास राष्ट्रीय हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए किया जाना चाहिए। सरकार ने भारत में रक्षा ग्रेड ड्रोन बनाने और उन्नत करने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भरता हासिल करने के लिए ड्रोन कार्यक्रम शुरू किए हैं। सुरक्षा बलों, सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र के उपक्रमों, शिक्षाविदों, उद्योगों के बलों द्वारा तैनात किए जाने वाले कुछ पथ प्रवर्तक मानव रहित, रिमोट पायलटेड और स्वायत्त हवाई प्लेटफॉर्म को विकसित करने में सहयोग। ये ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसकी आज वक्त की ज़रूरत है। हमको इन सारी चीज़ों की आज ज़रूरत है। सरकार पूरी तरह से कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर सबके साथ, देश के निर्माताओं के साथ, जो हमारे उद्योगपति हैं और जो इसमें नए नए आविष्कार कर रहे हैं, उनके साथ हर प्रकार से खड़ी है। इस वर्ष हमारा देश G20 की अध्यक्षता कर रहा है। मैं आप सभी से आग्रह करता हूं कि सरकार की पहलों के साथ खुद को संबद्ध करें, ताकि हम समावेशी तरीके से दुनिया के अन्य हिस्सों में विकास यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाने में आपकी मदद कर सकते हैं। मुझे खुशी है कि फिक्की ड्रोन और काउंटर ड्रोन के क्षेत्र में सक्रिय रूप से काम कर रहा है। मैं फिक्की से आग्रह करूंगा कि वह मेरे मंत्रालय, यानी कि हमारे मंत्रालय और सशस्त्र बलों के साथ सहयोग व कार्य जारी रखे और राष्ट्रीय हित में उद्योग को व्यापार करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करते हुए आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण में योगदान दे। मित्रों, मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करने से पहले इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि कोई चीज़ असंभव नहीं है। जब हमने ठान ली है, हर क्षेत्र में ठाना है कि हमें आगे बढ़ना है। आज रक्षा के सौदों में सबसे ज़्यादा खर्चा हम कर रहे हैं, बजट में हम कर रहे हैं, इंडिजिनस सारी चीज़ों को आत्मनिर्भर हम बना रहे हैं। INS विक्रांत जैसी चीज़ आपके सामने है। तेजस का अभी आपने जब शुरुआत माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने करा तो किसी से पीछे नहीं दिखा, जो कलाबाजियाँ दिखाई है। और अभी ब्रह्मोस का इतना बड़ा सौदा हमने विदेशों से कर दिया है। तो इसलिए ड्रोन में मैं समझता हूं कि कहीं हम पीछे नहीं हैं, न रहने वाले हैं। मुझको पूर्ण विश्वास है जो बुद्धिजीवी यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, जो हमारे उद्योग जगत के लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, बहुत आगे आप बढ़ गए हैं। और कुछ चीज़ों की जानकारी मुझे व्यक्तिगत है, मेरे विभाग को है, लेकिन बताना उचित नहीं है। मिलजुल के हम काम करेंगे, निश्चित हम शिखर की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं, ये मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है। मैं आपके आज की इस बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक बैठक के लिए आपको शुभकामना देता हूं। इसके बाद अलग अलग तरीके से, अलग अलग जगहों से मैं समझता हूं कि सभी लोग अपने विचार रखेंगे और उसका कोई न कोई मंथन के बाद अच्छी चीज़ निकलेगी, ऐसी मेरी अपेक्षा है। पुनः शुभकामनाओं के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। भारत माता की जय।
Just put the VC panelists on the screen. So that was the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri Shri Ajay Bhatt ji exhorting the Indian defense industry, and you should have seen the Josh. I'm sure the adrenaline is pumping, and I assure you this will be the seminar of the millennium. Okay, we have all our panelists also joining us, and the Tejas is going all over us, so I think we'll have to speak louder. May now invite Air Marshal B.R. Krishna, Param Vishesh Seva Medal, Ati Vishesh Seva Medal, SC, ADC, Chairman Chief of Integrated Staff, for his keynote address, please.
Jai Hind and good morning. I think our Honorable Rajya Raksha Mantri Ajay Bhatt ji has already set the stage for the seminar, and I'm thankful to him having told us as to what he expects from all of us. And also take the opportunity to wish my co-panelist, the Joint Secretary Sri Jayant Kumar, JS Aero in Defence Production, Sri Ashish Rajvanshi, FICCI Committee on Drones, Mr. Sumit Gupta, Colonel Manik Anand, eminent speakers who are online and offline, speakers from academia, industry, my dear colleagues and friends. It is indeed a proud moment to be part of this seminar where we are talking about drones, the future of what we talk about in aerospace sector. As we know, the drones are being increasingly employed by both state and non-state actors. The increase in its use and its accessibility has added a new dynamism and I would say a volatility in modern warfare. As is usually said about revolution of military affairs is being accompanied by revolution of military technology. Therefore, any new radical technology can be disruptive to change the balance of power. As they say, nothing is greater than the idea whose time has come, and drone is the idea whose time has come in India. A development of UAVs, or the drones as we call, with the increase of artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, industry 4.0 as we've been told to us some time back, these are all augmenting the way the ongoing conflicts and will only serve to highlight the importance of these technologies. With also we see in terms of nanotechnologies, miniaturization of electronics, digitization, all these things are adding the way we looking at drones to make them smaller, more potent, and I would say in terms of what we term as military grade drones. And I think all the gates have got opened in terms of harnessing this technology. And this will result in developing array of types of drones which are capable of doing unique things, some of which we probably have not dreamt of today. And these takes forward to all kinetic and non-kinetic drones. And this has made at least at the military, and I'm sure as much in the civil domain, to think deeply and measure their employability as to what we can do in future wars. I think in India, the requirement is also increasing rapidly, and I'm aware that some of the components, as alluded earlier, that are being imported. So we need to look at how we can ensure that this technology can be imbibed by our own industry, by the development or by transfer technology, so that we can develop a robust drone ecosystem without dependence on the on imports. I just want to again recall when we had the Bharat Drone Mahotsav in May last year, where the Honorable Prime Minister had said, and I quote, "As we celebrate the Amrit Mahotsav of freedom, it's my dream that everyone in India should have a smartphone, a drone in every field, and prosperity in every home." I unquote. And he also had alluded that we want to make India the global drone hub by 2030. And I'm sure that our drone industry is showing a potential of an emerging large sector of employment of generation in India. As mentioned earlier, the PLI scheme and the ban on import of drones for general purpose is only going to boost the indigenous defense industry. And according to some sample reports, the Indian drone sector is expected to produce a total revenue of 15,000 crores by year 2026. Today, as we are at the fast pace of becoming a doyen of drone technology globally, and with the strength of startups, I'm sure this aim of achieving global drone hub by 2030 is indeed achievable. I just want to add a few things about a great air power theorist, that is General Dohe, had once said, I quote, "Victory smiles upon those who anticipate the change in the character of war, and not upon those who wait to adapt themselves after the change occurs." Accordingly, our armed forces have also undertaken many initiatives, which include outreach to sensitize the industry on the operational requirements of theirs, and at the same time understand the challenges faced by them. The aim for us is to bring the requirement of armed forces to the industry and look forward to development of this in the shortest possible time. Such interactions also help in finalizing our proposals and formulating a holistic strategy. Some of the challenges, as mentioned earlier, is of course the US testing locations, sites which are being identified and can be used by the industry. Second is of course the certification of various drones as to how it is to be done, and we're trying to formulate technical standards which will ensure a better interoperability and facilitate indigenous production of the unmanned systems in our country. These standards would inter alia include interface standards, design criteria, manufacturing processes, and the test methodology. As mentioned earlier, localization of the components would indeed be important, and finally, being cost competitive. On behalf of the armed forces, we at Headquarters IDS have been coordinating efforts with the industry, along with the drone specialists, regulators in the industry, to come into common platform. And I do thank DDP and Colonel Manik and his team to get all of us on the same platform as we are here today, trying to discuss challenges and the way ahead to make the global drone industry in India. Apart from this, there are few other challenges which I see we need to address, is to have the counter drone systems. As we make drones, we need to also have counter drone systems. Once you understand how the drone is being employed, we can also develop counter drone systems holistically, and also have a capability of unmanned traffic management systems. As the drones increase in density, this will become a very important area to focus on, and I think we need due attention in that. R&D and manned systems need to be fast-tracked, and there are a number of innovative schemes which have been promulgated by the Ministry of Defense, be it IDEX, Print, IDEX for 4G, TDF, and the Meher Baba competition, and I'm aware Bhumi by the CAPFs, all have been there to ensure that we are able to fast track the drones which are required for our armed forces and in the industry. If more is required, I'm sure at the end of the seminar, we'll take away these and find solutions to make what you call the ease of doing business. I think as we add new automation features to drones, and we need to be careful as to how to address the safety and their employability as we progress ahead. I would only want to add that drones are only enablers, and integration of these systems in the overall human control combat strategy will ensure achievement of success in future warfare. The emergence of drone threats has also seen armed forces undertake large initiatives towards counter-drone measures, including regulations, as we are aware of Drone Rules 2021, and induction of anti-drone systems, jammers, directed energy systems are all key initiatives, and procurements of these are already in progress. I'm confident that this seminar will provide a fertile ground to deliberate on pertinent issues of drones and will flow with the theme of Aero India 2023, that is the runway of billion opportunities, which will enable India to become totally Atmanirbhar and also become a global hub, including able to export to our friendly countries. Those visiting Aero India 23, I am sure, will get inspired by what they see around in this exhibition and by what we do today in the seminar. I'm sure that the swarm of eminent speakers who are there waiting will help us synergize our thoughts and all the stakeholders, and we'll have some notable actions at the end of this seminar. I have no doubt with the whole of a nation approach, we can achieve the target of making India a drone hub by 2030. I take the opportunity to once again thank the speakers and all the people who, for conducting this seminar, FICCI and DDP. Thank you and all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable thoughts. And I think it's time now that we get down to our business. And I will now introduce my distinguished panelists. Can we have the VC? The first distinguished panelist is Lieutenant General P.J.S. Pannu, retired Param Vishish Seva Medal, Ati Vishish Seva Medal, Vishish Seva Medal, Chair, FICCI Task Force, Raksha Sanchar Shakti on ICT modernization for Defense, and former Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff Operations. Will not take time, just keep doing the stage. General Pannu is superannuated in September 19, an infantry officer with vast combat experience in counterinsurgency on the line of control and the line of actual control. As the Deputy Chief of IDS Operations, being the head of Joint Operations Committee, he was responsible to coordinate military operations of the three services. He was also head of the ICT and Special Forces Division under Raising. He was responsible for raising the defense space and cyber agencies. He has participated in various exercises with foreign armies and has been part of military delegations abroad. A warm welcome to General Pannu, who's been working very closely with the Aerospace Division. Can I have the VC being flashed so that we can have sir, good afternoon, sir, and welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon, Colonel Manik. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir. Thank you, sir. And I'll go on to my second panelist, Mr. Ashish Rajwanshi, Chair, FICCI Committee on Drones, and President and Head, Chairman's Office, Adani Group. Ashish spearheads the Adani's Group philosophy of growth with sustainability as the head of Chairman's Office. His deep passion for nation building and unprecedented possibilities in India's defense and aerospace sector conceptualized the group's foray into the business. Prior to joining Adani, Ashish in 2014 led the energy and infrastructure agenda across international markets for the global management consulting firm Booz Allen Hamilton in London. On the academic front, Ashish has a computer science engineering degree from the Delhi Institute of Technology and an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. He has been named among the top 40 under 40. Welcome, Ashish, and welcome on board. I now move on to the third panelist, Mr. Ankit Mehta, co-chair FICCI Committee on Drones and CEO IdeaForge. Ankit is the co-founder and CEO of IdeaForge Technology, a drone systems company that builds advanced unmanned aerial vehicles for defense and enterprise applications. With Ankit's leadership, the company has successfully attained market leadership in the defense and homeland security UV segment in India and carved a niche for itself in the global sphere. Ankit Mehta is an IIT Bombay alumni and is recognized as one of the top 35 entrepreneurs when he was 35. So I asked him this question morning that what is his age, so he said it was 5 years back and he's 40 as on date, right? Okay. He also features among the top 50 most innovative leaders by World Innovation Congress. Ankit has been closely working with the Aerospace Division of the Department of Defense Production over the last 4 months and is one of India's leading minds in the drone sector. A true nationalist, Ankit has been projecting the threat to us from our adversaries in the sector and be presenting his various views, I'm sure, which will form the basis and the bedrock of this seminar on a variety of drone subtopics as part of his talk. Looking forward to hear from you, our drone Acharya. This was a surprise line. Okay. Coming on to the next panelist is Mr. Sai Patabiram, Managing Director, Zupa Geo Navtech. Mr. Sai Patabiram is the founder and Managing Director of Zupa Geo Navigation Technologies, recognized as one of the most innovative embedded electronic companies. Thanks to its unique proprietary computing architecture, namely system of disseminated parallel control. As a thought leader committed to making India the global drone manufacturing hub, he advocates progressive self-denial of imports across the Indian drone system. He quotes Iran's emergence as a global drone power, as well as India's space and nuclear programs as strong examples of the power of denial in achieving self-sufficiency. Coming on to my fifth panelist is Group Captain Dr. R.K. Narang, Vishesh the Vayu Sena Medal, retired author and expert, aviation and strategic affairs. Group Captain Narang is a pilot, author, policy analyst with more than 4,007 years of flying experience in his 31 years, an alumni of the Defense Services Staff College, Wellington, MSc in Defense Strategic Studies and PhD from Jawaharlal University. Group Captain Narang has been working with the Aerospace Division for the last 5 to 6 months. He served as a research senior fellow at the Center of Air Power Studies, is a member of the Drone Server Working Group, has authored a book titled India's Quest for UAVs and Challenge, and is an asset to us because of his virtue of knowledge. And he's also co-authored Headquarter Ideas Stadium titled A Roadmap for India Becoming Atmanirbhar in Counter Drone Technology Systems in 2022. He is our one-man army, if I may so call it, or Air Force, being Air Force. But we believe in true synergy, so I think you can tip. And the next gentleman is the startup poster boy, squadron leader Samir Joshi, retired CEO, New Space Research and Technology. Samir is an ex-Indian Air Force fighter pilot with over 5,000 years in aviation and has seen combat during 1999 Kargil operations. And to add to him, whenever I'm finding he's already abroad and I don't know, he's really doing a great work. He works as an entrepreneur while being a founding member at Team Indus, India's entry into the Google Lunar X Prize Challenge, which was an attempt from private players across the world to design and develop a mission to soft land a robotic craft on the surface of the moon. He is currently the CEO at New Space Research Technologies Private Limited, a Bengaluru-based startup company which is developing new generation mission technologies towards persistent stratospheric UAVs and cooperative swarm drone systems. New Space is supplying the first swarm drone solution to the Indian Army, which is one of the first field-tested swarm solutions in the world. New Space is also involved with the Indian MOD's IDEX initiative. I've heard Samir speaking very passionately in the IDEX challenges in Vigyan Bhavan. And he's a real passionate, a good orator. Samir is forthright in putting his views for the common good. Now I go virtual to my seventh panelist, Professor Dr. Abhishek. Can you get Abhishek in the enlarged version? Professor Abhishek, a late entry to my team, but better late than never, is an associate professor and Aine Saab Abdul Kalam Technology Innovation National Fellow at the Department of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Kanpur. He pursued his BTech in Aerospace Engineering from IIT Kharagpur, followed by MS and PhD in Aerospace Engineering from the University of Maryland, College Park, USA. His research and teaching interests include rotary wing aeromechanics, VTOL, system design, autonomous unmanned aerial systems, and wind turbines. Welcome, Professor Abhishek from Kanpur. Can you put Abhishek on that main listing? Hi. So, how can you read me? Everything fine in Kanpur?
Absolutely fine, sir.
We have another industrialist from Kanpur, Mr. Neeraj Gupta. I think both of you need to work together, what we discussed 2 days back. And मैंने आप दोनों को मिलाया है, अब जबकि आप दोनों कानपुर में रहते हैं. Anyway, okay. Now, this is a very male-heavy panel. So we wanted a lady. I think the first lady to venture into drones is Miss Samriddhi Pandey, founder and CEO, DEFI Aerospace. Samriddhi holds a master's degree in aerospace vehicle design with specialization in aircraft design from Cranfield University in the UK. Before starting DEFI Aerospace, she worked as a compressor design engineer at Rolls-Royce Aero Engines projects in Derby, UK, where she was responsible for designing variable vane mechanisms and instrumentation parts in ultra-high temperature regions on the UltraFan engine. At DEFI, Samriddhi designed a special long-range logistics drone capable of flying even in extreme weather conditions. The drone features a blended wing design, which is first of its kind, and has the potential to be a strong competition to India's foreign adversaries. The drone is currently under development in the R&D lab in Mumbai, and you and Ankit need to work together, being located in the same city. With her expertise in aerospace engineering and design, Smriti has established DEFI Aerospace as a leading player in the growing drone industry. Welcome, Smriti, on board. And nice to have a lady on the panel. Okay. Now, next is Mr. Abhimanyu Arora, Vice President, Rafe Mafibir. How do you spell this? What does it mean? Somehow this is such a tongue twister, you keep the name. Huh? Okay. So Abhimanyu is heading the contract management, technical evaluation and business development teams, and he is the vice president. An electronics and communications engineer from CEG, Anna University by qualification. He has leveraged his learning to understand the niche requirements of the user in this new and emerging field of UAVs in India, and helped develop systems to cater for the same. Over the last 6 years, Rafe has built its R&D and manufacturing capabilities to become a leader in the process of indigenization of both product and processes in the UAV space. Today, it is at the forefront of innovation and capability building for the Indian Army, Navy, and the Air Force, and also the paramilitary forces of the country. Among other contract-related engagements, Abhimanyu is responsible for fostering partnerships with government entities for projects such as TDF under the leadership of DRDO, IDEX Navy, and Meher Baba of Indian Air Force. Okay, last but not the least, Mr. Ankit Kumar, CEO Sky Air. Ankit is the founder and CEO at Sky Air and leads our work in the drone industry and Sky UTM, indigenized unmanned traffic management platform. He's based in Gurgaon, or Gurugram as they call it, and quite passionate about building products in India for the world. I had the fortune to attend the launch of Ankit's UTM, where the Honorable Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, was there, and we had a great 5-6 hours briefing on that. And do you have your video of the UTM here? Yes, please. So can we play that before I also get a break and channelize my thoughts to grill these speakers? So can we play the UTM video, Gaurav? So can you just get it somewhere? Can you do it? Okay. Okay, just let me know whenever you can do it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Okay, now what we'll do is we go one by one to their panelists, and now I will invite General Pannu to take on the floor, just to get General's thing on this thing. And General Pannu will give us the military's perspective as to how the drone warfare is getting evolved, which the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri was also referring to. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manik. for inviting me over to speak at the Aero India 2023. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jai. Today, as we see the world changing, the warfare is changing, everything around is becoming a challenge, and so is the security situation globally. As it was brought out amply during the inaugural session by the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri ji and by the Air Marshal Krishna that was assessed that how the future of warfare is going to be increasingly dependent on niche technologies such as drones. It is important for us to understand how the drones are going to impact the future of warfare. Actually, the innovation of drones is structured in the niche technologies, in the temporary warfare, and it is turning out to be a game changer in the future of warfare. This being the most relevant subject of discussion today, you find that during the contemporary warfare, how increasingly drones are replacing the other platforms, and how it is going to impact the outcomes of the future warfare, which is going to be increasingly based on technology. The warfare is going to be more based on machines, which is going to bring more precision, would be fought through remote control or man, but human-machine teaming would be the most relevant. The drones contribute hugely to non-contact, contact warfare, non-kinetic to kinetic warfare, and contributes to non-linear application during the hybrid, the conventional, and the future applications, even the weapons of mass destruction that brings in deterrence. Therefore, drones have increasingly been a weapon or a resource of choice. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the age of drones. It is not only an aerial platform known for flexibility, agility, but can perform multi-purpose tasks. And it is the best workhorse discovered by the human. In a manner to see that when you dispose of only an attribution to drones as a flying machine, does not do justice to drones. Actually, it is robotics, which can not only perform tasks while flying, but it can also be resting at a place and doing the surveillance and target acquisition duties while resting on ground, and can also move into amphibious operations and go overseas and even underwater domain, and whenever required, even sub-terrain operations. It is known that it is autonomous. It can be used for 3D, that is the dirty, dull, and dangerous, and therefore would be used in all forms and stages of warfare. The drones, as the unmanned aerial systems that is being spoken about, is one perspective of application of warfare that it can be used for offensive. It can be used to bomb. It can be used to extend the arm of a commander, how he thinks and how he can prosecute operations. But equally important is counter UAS systems. Unless a country has a counter to a UAS system, it will not be able to fight a war which is going to be purely a deciding factor in the future battlefield. The country's defense is going to be increasingly dependent on how the frontiers get smarter, not only from the front but also in the depth. A country must develop strong counter, that is the defense mechanism, as drones would be used for offensive platforms, and offensive platforms will not be successful unless you are ready to defend your own style, which are going to be utilized increasingly by the offensive, by the adversary. In this strategy, what is important to understand and is known as the victorious warriors win first and then go to war. Means they have prepared themselves well. And those victorious warriors will win. Today, as we speak, if the drone warfare is understood, if the drones have been used by the industry, which are safe and to be used in the purpose that the military wants, it to be used and ready for operations today, and then we go to war, we would have already gone to war. But the defeated warriors go to war first and then seek to win. First you go to war and then start looking at, can somebody give me a drone because the adversaries using it, can we do this and can we not do this? I think it is going to be a lost case. So therefore, to prepare for war is to prepare our industry for future warfare, and in that the niche and the most disruptive part is drones, and then we need to all come together with industry and defense forces to make sure that we understand and master drone warfare if we have to win the future wars. Being autonomous, it is also safe. That is not risk averse, but it is ownership averse. Till the command and control is in the hands of those who are prosecuting or controlling operations, it is okay. But because it is autonomous, there being a vulnerability, if the ownership gets very quickly neutralized or transferred to the hands of the adversary, you see the devastation that the technology will bring to your own application of forces in case your own force is either neutralized or used against yourself. So therefore, trust through technology is going to be extremely important when you talk about drones which cannot be neutralized, which are only doing something which you expect them to do, or in case there is a threat or a counter threat coming to the drones, they should be able to achieve the mission as was set forth through the autonomous application. So therefore, both the kinetic and the non-kinetic drones have to be created in a manner they are secure and safe, and also the stealth technology would make it non-detectable. As far as the application of drones in the warfare is concerned, the drones can be used right from the warning period. Actually, they are all encompassing. If you look at the ISR, we have the drones in C5, I2, Star 2, that is command control, communication, computer cyber, all put together, intelligence and information. The surveillance, target acquisition, reconnaissance and robotics, all can be performed in the system of systems as far as drones are concerned. In the preparatory period itself, it is extremely important that it does not only do ISR, but also can do the rapid deployment of troops in difficult and mountainous terrain, as the Honorable Rajya Raksha Mantri was talking about, that its application in mountains is prime. Also, during preparatory period, it is extremely important that we bring our flexibility to how the adversary is shaping up the battle. And therefore, all that the drones can do is get you the current update and also make sure that rapid redesigning of the battlefield is also achieved. It can be used in the hybrid conditions and in all of the above together, right from conventional to sub-conventional and even conventional application of force. The drones are not going to be anymore a subsidiary wing of warfare, nor it is going to be a force multiplier. But I think it is going to be the element of major force projection, and also will continue to be a major force enabler, where the artillery, the missiles, the air force, the army, the navy, all put together in an integrated battle would be brought to battle all together, with drones being a central application technology-based force. It can be used for drone teaming with many use cases. So it is going to be a flying robo-warrior, which is going to be used for air, land, and water. That is the flying and amphibious warrior all put together. So therefore, the employment is not limited to how we understand it today, but it is limited to anybody's imagination and how the innovation will come up. As we speak, there are certain use cases, and I will go into a little more details of these use cases in warfare, that drones can be used for special missions in the hybrid warfare or in the conventional warfare, and can be used very suitably behind the enemy lines for the RSTD tasks, as is being spoken in the special warfare, that you're talking about the recce, surveillance, target acquisition, and destruction tasks. That is direct action tasks. It can also be used for resupply to our special forces operating behind the enemy lines. As far as infantry is concerned, it is a huge enabler for patrolling, observation, direction of artillery fire, and resupply. In fact, in Siachen Glacier, or in difficult terrains such as the rugged mountains and super high altitude, it can be used for cliff chop assault, by actually taking the rigging lines right up and making sure that it ties in the ropes or the special forces of our infantry to climb those cliffs. It can also be used for crevasse clearing and also any casualty evacuation that goes into the crevasse by mistake, it can be used for winching operations, it can be used for avalanche detection, and it can also be used for rescue missions. For the battlefield, as far as the mechanized warfare is concerned, it can be used as recce force. It can be used for flank protection and target acquisition. It will continue to make sure that the command and control element by the drones keeps the armored formations completely secure from any surprise attack which can come from any direction, and the columns continue to advance in a manner where both the drones, the counter drones, and the advancing mechanized columns will be able to achieve victory through synergized operations. As far as the artillery is concerned, it can be used for survey, direction of fire, and post-strike damage assessment. It can also be used for convoy protection, convoy monitoring, communication, liaison, cable laying. In fact, there are far too many use cases. If I go on, I think it will take the whole day. But Manik has actually brought in a number of speakers, and I think I have to give them a field. But to conclude, I would say that the drones are going to be a major arm of warfare and not merely a force multiplier. It has to be used in theaterized, integrated, and hybrid application of war. The drone force and the counter-drone force will have to be raised. The Indian Armed Forces or the Integrated Defense Staff will have to look at raising a specialized corps which only deals with application of drone and counter-drone, where the drone support services will have to be largely provided by the industry, which is going to bring in the indigenous technology. For our country to make sure that we build our own systems, we need to have our own designing, own fabrication, own development, and own manufacture, which not only serves the Indian Armed Forces in the battlefield, but also for homeland security, for border guarding forces, and make sure that we have secure frontiers, which are smart frontiers. And right from day one, you will have the drone force contributing to building a common operating picture, to making sure that the battlefield, right from the tactical battle area to the strategic application, is all intact. It will ensure that the IOBT and IOMT, that is the Internet of Battle and Internet of Military things, becomes part of the systems of systems. And in the beginning, we had a little glimpse of what the Industry 4.0 will bring. The most important part is that the military must lead the industry by half a notch and build specs, which are military 4.5 specs, to make sure that we become the global hub for drone manufacturing as desired by 2030. I wish all of us a great future in drone manufacture, which is indigenous. With indigenous solutions, we will fight the indigenous wars. Only the master would be a winner. In the drone and in technology, there is no place for runners-up. Thank you very much, Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Pannu. And now I am on to Ashish. Ashish is the chair of Free Committee Drones, as you are aware, and president and head of the chairman's office in Adani Group. And the Adani Group is being into the male class of UAVs. So we would like to hear from Ashish as to what his company is doing in the field of drones and how does he support the bigger programs. Over to you, Ashish.
Thank you, sir. So before I talk about what we are doing, I think it's important to just paint the picture which way we are heading. If you have seen the movie Age of Ultron, Avengers 2015, Tony Stark invented this artificial intelligence program called Ultron. And Ultron was supposed to be created to save humanity and the Earth. And the program actually thought he needs to wipe the human race to save the Earth. This is like a sci-fi movie literally unfolding over the next 10 to 15 years, gentlemen. So what is the role we have to play will become very important, because it's responsibility along with accountability which is going to shape the future. There are three things which are going to emerge out of the next decade. One is a very strong integration of manned and unmanned systems, a very strong integration of defense and civil aerospace, a very strong integration and interoperability of the existing and the future platforms from a cybersecurity perspective. So the three parts of the problem: why, what, and how. General Pannu already discussed the why bit, but just to reinforce rather than talking about products as a panacea for all the problems, we strongly believe in capabilities. So for us, drones is not a solution to everything. This is about solving India's need for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And we talk about 7,500 kilometers of land border, 15,000 kilometers of naval border. Yeah, this is something which is inevitable for the country. But can drones solve all the problems? Probably not. Yeah, drones is a very important pillar where we are starting to build these capabilities initially. But this has to be complemented with satellites. This has to be complemented with cyber. And obviously, the foot soldier. And these four ecosystem players have to come together to give India what India needs. On UAVs, when we talk about defense-grade drones, the whole spectrum goes all the way from these acronyms, what we keep discussing, HAIL down to Nano, and to the swarms now. And HAIL stands for High Altitude Long Endurance, which is very important for the Himalayan region, down to the mission-critical swarm drones. What we have done in the last 5 years, gentlemen, is to work very closely with the people who are sitting on the dais, with MSMEs and startups, to start creating an ecosystem of these capabilities within India, which can actually help build 3 capabilities within the country. One, on the structures and material science. Very, very important. Because we are trying to move away, and we keep using this term of stealth, that the original fighter crafts were, can be detected from radars, can be brought down. So what can be done from an R&D perspective to start making stealth aircraft, stealth UAVs in the future? So there's a significant amount of work which is happening globally on material sciences. The second important area is electronics, avionics, and the payloads. The platform is just a dumb platform. Sorry for saying this. Ultimately, the power lies in the payloads. The power lies in the electronics, which actually fuels and is being put on the platform. So we are talking about India 2030. We love to see large structures, but in my mind, the power lies in how we work on these payloads from Air Force perspective, Navy perspective, Army perspective, and anything from electro-optic down to MPR, the SAR, and the LNT, and the future Sky Eyes will be ultimately driving the competitive advantage. The third bit, which is literally defining the Russia-Ukraine war, is data analytics. So you have a platform, you have a payload, and this payload is collecting information. But what do you do with this information? Yeah. If we can't provide data analytics-driven insights to our forces in real time using edge computing, using AI and ML, neither the platform nor the payloads are of any use. How do we integrate multiple streams of data coming from cyber, satellite, UAVs into a data lake and start processing this information which runs into terabytes? That is the future. So it's very important that we keep some of these perspectives in mind as we are literally defining the architect or architecture of future drone industry. We are trying to define the roles which we want to play in this industry, because it's very, very simple to just gravitate towards a skies of 2030 where we have like 20 different platforms flying, but none of them is talking to each other. Yeah. We can leapfrog, but there's a high possibility we may leapfrog to a situation that we have to backtrack. So this is the time when we have to set the standards, we have to set certain policies, we have to set certain architecture under the guidance of the forces, under the guidance of Ministry of Defense, and then work in that direction. If you are just going to compete for certain contracts, I can tell you we are going to end up in a mess in the skies, which is irreversible. So looking forward to contribute from Adani's perspective, from Ficki's perspective, to this ecosystem, and really looking forward to India 2035, which can actually define the future of the drone industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. Now, the audience has any question for Mr. Ashish Rajvanshi? Anybody in the audience? Yeah, please give the mic. No, give. You have only 2 mics. Please keep it short and sweet and brief. We will call anybody. Gaurav, I hope the online questions, if anybody is coming, please give me this thing. Yeah.
Check.
Short and sweet question. Yeah.
I think Ashish has brought up some extremely...
Please introduce yourself first.
Okay, I'm Colonel Kevin D'Souza, retired. I'm a researcher from IDSA. I've been researching the defense industry for the last 6 years, published a book also on transfer defense technology. Now coming to the topic, so Ashish has brought up some extremely relevant and very...
Please be, there's no time. Please ask a question.
Short.
Yeah, one sentence, because there's no, just ask a specific question. Yep.
So opening it up to the private sector is an excellent thing for the industry, but as Ashish brought out, what if these same defense drones are sold by rogue companies to rogue actors and rogue states and are used for rogue intentions? How is the government of India going to take responsibility to prevent that from happening?
Okay, that has already been answered, and that's why I'm doing this. Okay, anyway. Anyone else? Yeah. Abhyankar. He's part of my team, yep. The question is for Ashish only, if it is pertinent to Ashish. Abhyankar, do you have a question for Ashish? Yeah, okay.
What are the efforts being made by the industry to commonalize the technical standards across all the 6 subsystems of drones? That is structures, propulsions, electricals, avionics, payloads and batteries.
That's fine. Let me just, 2 sentences. See, standing today, gentlemen, answer is nothing. Yeah, let me be very candid about it. Because India is literally starting from ground zero. And we have to do 2 things. One is build up a base of indigenous technology. Second, whatever we can learn, copy, reverse engineer from our partners outside. So that's why so-called national framework of policies have to work hand in hand while we are setting up this indigenous base becomes very, very imperative. And this is not something which can be driven by the private industry. We have to work in tandem with the policy setters, with the forces, with Ministry of Defense to start working on some of these areas.
Thank you, Ashish, for your valuable thoughts. Now I move on to Mr. Ankit Mehta, CEO Idea Forge, and there's been a distribution of work. And Ankit is going to talk about specifications, about patents, about L1 versus enhanced performance parameters. And without wasting much time, over to Ankit.
Can we put the presentation up? Do you want to go up there and? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just waiting for a quick slideshow to come up. One of the things I wanted to start off with this afternoon was that I think India is in a very, very unique position in that India has a very unique advantage as compared to probably anywhere else in the world, wherein we have the highest battlefield in the world. And we have to build systems that can operate at the battlefield in those heights and those altitudes, which also are accompanied by some of the lowest temperatures that you will find globally where these systems have to survive and operate from. We have the Thar Desert, we have the Kutch, we have the Sar Creek, we have the Sundarbans on the other side. So we have some of the most diverse set of geographical terrain and temperature conditions that can be available anywhere in the world. And I think that we have this advantage when we build systems for our forces, for our country and operations here, that anything that we build here we could assume in a fairly reasonable manner that they will operate anywhere else in the world as well. And therefore, I see that as a huge opportunity for our Indian companies to build systems for our forces or for other civilian uses, and we should be able to lead the path in the world. When we push the boundaries here, we will be able to push the boundaries, relevant boundaries for anywhere else in the world as well. Having said that, we need to also be extremely conscious, and I was extremely delighted that Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri had mentioned this point as well, that we want to make sure that while we are developing the ecosystem, while we are trying to build these systems in our country, we do not become over-reliant on critical technologies coming from our neighbors. I mean, if critical technologies are coming from our neighbors, we will be in the kind of situations that globally we have seen a lot of people work towards. Yeah, actually, no, it's not there.
Let's get the presentation here so that you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably do that. Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to, on this slide, relay the message I just earlier alluded to, is that we are in a place where we are. Sure. Thanks. So, just highlighting the advantage that we have and how we can leverage that advantage to our benefit for being relevant globally as well. On the next, can we move to the next slide, please? Can you move back? Okay, is it working? Oh, it is working. Okay, got it. Great. So, like I was saying, we need to ensure that while we are building these systems, we are not dependent on technologies that emanate from some of our neighbors who are known to actually cause a lot of disruption in many parts of the world. And I've listed a few examples, and what is happening right now in the Russia and Ukraine war, where one side is able to disable access to another side, is able to actually pinpoint users of the technology on the other side for targeting, not just actually depended on one operator. It was actually something that happened on multiple OEMs emanating from that same geography. Therefore, it is very clear that if we are dependent on critical subsystems from some of these geographies, we will end up facing a lot of issues when the real situation arises, and we should avoid a lot of that technology like plague. And if a country like US can mandate that there cannot be any technology emanating from certain covered entities in the subsystems that their defense is leveraging, I do not believe that India has any wriggle room in not mandating that as far as our defense procurement is concerned, or any application that demands that is critical to national security is concerned. And it cannot be merely done on the basis of certain certifications that is very, very easy to get by. We need to really go down to the regime of trusting but verifying to ensure that we don't get into a lot of situations, because there are many situations where people are actually saying something on paper, and there are very evident examples of how they are not actually doing that in practice. And you can see that there is a certificate on one hand, and there are a bunch of subsystems obviously emanating from those geographies being serviced or being offered for critical projects that we are going to be leveraging against that same adversary in the future. So I think it's something which is extremely important to avoid, which also comes down to understanding how does one verify some of these areas. And one of the key aspects to verify in some of these environments is the fact that you can comfortably trace what is known as the country of origin for a lot of subsystems. And country of origin for critical subsystems, on the next slide, are essential for us to make sure that we are not exposing ourselves to obvious security risks going forward in the future. When we look at how to tackle it, one can easily look at the country of origin of these systems, which is about where is the substantial transformation happening of that subsystem. The subsystem will either be substantially transformed from its components into the functional subsystem in the geography where its country of origin is, or can sometimes be also very, very easily identified by looking at the where it takes the harmonized code on basis of which all the taxation, duties and other factors are decided. So these are two very simple methods by which one could verify where is the country of origin of a certain subsystem. And these kind of ideas should be promulgated and tested on the field to ensure that we are not exposing ourselves to risks. As we increase the induction of a large number of these systems in our forces, we cannot be exposed to a large risk as well. When we look at country of origin, we also need to understand that when we talk about components, there is also another factor of indigenous content that is extremely crucial when we look at the path of indigenization of these subsystems in our country. In many cases, it is found that a foreign OEM's product is simply marked up with certain non-value adding activities and is delivered to the end user, and it's claimed as IC content. And government and also all of its knowledge has actually plugged that gap themselves. They have placed orders in 2021 that ensure that mere value-added services of transportation, logistics, and training, etc., should not be counted as an indigenous content. And therefore, promulgation of a lot of these in practice is also going to be extremely important to make sure that there is genuine indigenization happening in our country. Otherwise, we will be padding things up that had no value to the subsystem, and we will be looking at, not progressing on the lines of indigenization in that one sense. If you look at another factor which becomes a huge bottleneck for the industry is that the GSQRs are formulated very inefficiently in many cases, and I'll give you a very small example that happened recently. In one of the RFPs, there was a demand to give a drone for. I wasn't able to update the PPT, sir, but I will just mention what exactly is in their contents, right? So. It was extremely fascinating that they wanted something that could fly for more than 60 minutes at an altitude of 4,000-5,000 meters, can be able to do and carry very, very high optical zoom payloads, and a lot of like heavy lifting expected on the platform. But all of that heavy lifting with 2 UAVs, with multiple ground control stations that they will give to somebody in the field to pass
Ankit,
on
if you just, sir, for the since you represent the tri services, sir, like I'm also serving military men, sir, but the point being driven home here is, sir, that we need really professionals as far as specifications are concerned. And so the limited point is that the armed forces need to have officers who are actually capable, and these specifications need to be drafted, because I asked him when we were having the brainstorming sessions. So he said that whatever some of the specifications are coming are not very realistic. And I think, sir, that's also one of the areas why the procurement process is getting delayed, sir.
Absolutely, sir. And the other factor, and I won't go more into the example, the other factor is I feel that the RFI evaluation process is a little bit unideal in our country, because everyone says yes to the specifications. So there's just a blind compliance, because people don't know if they will say no, will they get rejected, will they not be given the RFP, what will happen. It's not aware, that awareness is not there in the system. And therefore, if we can be a little bit more transparent, if we can give the industry the confidence that if you tell us the right thing, you will not get left out, I think we will get a relatively more nuanced response from the industry, and we'll have a far more evolved way in which we'll be dealing with some of these processes and methods that will come to more simpler
Ankit, you have 3 minutes.
Forward-looking
3 minutes by the clock.
Another issue that happens is that accompanied with a lot of GSQR issues is the fact that everyone, I think, in the industry who wants to give cutting edge technology does not like L1. However, I have been to many seminars, represented in many environments. I don't see that there are very, very effective ways of changing that at this point in time. However, enhanced performance parameters is an attempt to do that. But in my opinion, very, very strongly, and I'm sure the rest of the industry will also echo the thought that it is woefully inadequate to have an additional mere 10% enhancement as far as price is concerned to deliver state of the art, where GSQRs are designed to service many, many similar performing systems. So it is kind of ineffective, in my opinion, to actually get something cutting edge. But it's something that needs to be promulgated, and we need to relook at how to define the advantage the state of the art should be given as far as these parameters is concerned.
So this is another aspect, since I am part of PFTs of the various Make 2 projects, and when we talk to vendors and they give presentations. So I think, sir, the enhanced performance parameters actually separates the wheat from the chaff. So if we can evolve these parameters in a manner, and what I've been discussing with my team, this will really remove the non-serious contenders out of the system.
The other area that I wanted to touch upon, which is industry related, is R&D in academia. It's one of the areas which I feel is fairly less discussed, and I find that the mindset in academia in general is to not take technology development beyond TRL 4 or 5, which is, sort of doing a lot of testing in laboratory and closed controlled environments. Whereas the Indian industry isn't equipped, unfortunately, to take that level of technology and make it a product. So somewhere I think both the sides have to walk a little bit of distance on either side. Industry has to improve their ability to absorb technology at an early TRL level, and academia has to move a few steps forward and make sure that some field proven technologies can be given to the industry to convert into products faster. We'll have a far faster and progressive regime in which we'll operate in our country. Maybe in other parts of the world 4 and 5 is enough, but India is very specifically a little bit challenged on that side.
Ankit, before you move ahead, another point is that good, we have SIDM also representing a FICCI seminar, so that's good to integrate firstly. What I felt, sir, that the industry chambers need to have the technology committees constituted, because it's good to have program after program and nice headline management. But this is one issue. I think that's why probably their staffing is not adequate. So I'll request all the industry chambers to at least get these committees going, whether it is anybody. And maybe we can work in a fashion. For example, you see as hockey, Odisha has taken ownership of hockey. So if we can divide some tasks between the various chambers and work together for a common cause, I think this point what Ankit is trying to bring out would be taken care of.
Another aspect, and pretty much towards the end of my presentation, but another aspect is that we need to encourage, and there is a large number of startups in the domain in our country, and there is very little local capital available, and hunting for capital in another geography for Indian defense is unlikely to happen very effectively for the long term, and therefore we genuinely need the ability for larger corporates and other local capital pools to come behind some of these developments for a very, very rapid progress in the right direction. And last but not the least, I believe there are certain imperatives for the local drone ecosystem. We cannot get trapped into building Me Too solutions. Far too many people are building the same technology, and that's not going to help the ecosystem thrive in the long term. It's only going to decrease the ability for the ecosystem to sustain and build technology over a long period of time. It is imperative that we focus on intellectual property, build differentiated capabilities, because differentiated capabilities give us the confidence of collaborating. And if we do not collaborate, I do not think we can achieve the dream of making India the drone hub of the world. Thank you.
Okay, Ankit, stay there. Any question for Ankit? Yeah. No, the gentleman, the naval gentleman, yes, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Captain Prakash. I'm an anti-submarine warfare officer. I have no knowledge of drones. So I'm asking very basic questions. Now, defense technology is being one upmanship over the adversary. So what technology he is developing, you should be one ahead of him. So what are the capabilities of our adversaries and what are we developing? Are you keeping a track of that, and how are we matching his development with our development? Is there any study happening in that direction parallelly? That is one question. Second, if I can ask, the India map which you showed, in that you have covered the complete land mass and the smaller part of the water mass. But there is 1 lakh square kilometers of Indian Ocean region. And at sea, a lot of things can replace, like rotary wing aircraft can do by drones.
Please ask a question, short, 1 Okay.
That's all, sir.
Yeah, I don't want any observations here. If you want to ask a question, then only please raise your hand. No, let him answer this. Yeah, Ankit, and then Group Captain Narang in short and brief. Yeah, Ankit, please.
Absolutely. So I think one of the things that at least when we started our business was to make sure that we are not focused on the being local best. I mean, there is very little merit in being locally best. There is, because the moment you show up on the global doors in the global front, you come out woefully short. And therefore, I think all of the ecosystems mandate should be to be the global best in what they are building, and that is how we will ensure that we are building differentiated capabilities from our adversaries. And that information about what's global best is widely available under many research papers. So it's all about taking the right targets and pushing boundaries in whichever direction possible.
Group Captain Narang, any views? Short and crisp.
Thank you. Your question about whether we have done study on our adversaries, yes, my book details in depth about China and Pakistan's capability. Thereafter, there's a separate paper on swarm technology. So question about can we, do one-upmanship. There are certain technologies you can talk about terms like leapfrogging, but there are some core technology which take time. So you will have to have a parallel program, and you have to persist with the indigenous program. That moment you do it, the person standing here is an example, and people sitting on the dais are example that hand-holding has enabled Indian industry to come to that level. Now next level depends on how much of hand-holding you do it. There is enough potential in Indian industry. And
okay, thank you. Anyone? Yeah, Brigadier Ramesh wants to ask. Please give the mic to Brigadier Ramesh. Please be very short and crisp.
Actually, the question is to Colonel Manik only, because based on what Ankit spoke, what is the status of the testing and certification agency which was proposed by the government in 2021?
Okay, I'll take it head on. As far as we are concerned, two major setbacks. DTIS has not taken place and R&D is not taking place. I admit we are working on it. Thank you. Any more other question? Any other question from the audience? Anything which is coming online? No. Okay, thanks Ankit. And now I invite Samir for his presentation or talk, whatever.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to ladies and gentlemen. A lot of things what I wanted to cover has been very well covered by Ankit. Largely, we have to remember that we are in the same drone ecosystem, and building military drone ecosystem in India is not easy. We are stymic with certain problems, and I would also like to, confirm some views. But before that, I'll just give a brief introduction to some questions which have come, which may be answered in the way that my company and my company's approach has scaled up. So we, New Space Research and Technologies is a next generation missions and technologies company. When we started back in 2018, we started working on programs and projects and technologies which were on the horizon or beyond the horizon. It's simply, as Ankit rightly said, at the low-hanging fruit level, there are too many companies. When we started back in 2018, there were close to 50 to 60 drone companies competing for those 1,000 drone orders. This has scaled to about 200 drone companies now for that 2,500 drone order now. And you can do the math, how many would be actually doing the constructive work beyond ticking the yes in all RFPs, so that they can be inside that exclusive club where they can disrupt the system and become an L1, and finally not being able to deliver, and we are back to square one. So this has been the journey for a lot of RFPs, the way they have happened. I personally am, I will give my 2 pence on the same later. So New Space started working on something what we call the next generation missions and technology vision. We started working on technologies like solar powered aircraft in the stratosphere. This is one of the most challenging designs in the world. There are companies like Airbus, like Boeing, everybody's struggling in this domain. Airbus is now the world leader, of course. What business does a startup with 8 members, with a funding of close to 50 lakhs, has, without any visibility and support from the government, back in 2018, has taken on a project where there is not even a single QR or neither anything written in the perspective planning vision in the Indian MOD's black and white offerings. It is here where we want to say that we saw how the world is going to change in the years ahead. Autonomy and AI, when we realize, is at the cusp of making that change. Better manufacturing techniques, newer concept of operations, newer class of vehicles, exploitation of stratosphere, Chinese balloon all over. Suddenly the US realizes after 10 years there's something floating around. For 10 years they missed out slow-moving objects in the stratosphere. It is a vision. And as again, Ankit did put a point that a lot of this should be coming from the forces side. But that is fair enough. I mean, there is enough on their hand. But largely, I think if any company wants to succeed in the space of research and development in aerospace defense, we need to stick our neck out. There is no way. The government can only be a facilitator. We can keep asking for this funding, that policy. Finally, who will walk the talk? Us. We have to deliver. We have to stick our neck out. We have to take the risks. And that is what differentiates us startups, which are very agile in our thinking. And I'm sure no major, we have, senior personalities from all major big houses here. How many people would have even said, discussed this, oh, why should I even do it? What is the return of investment? So what I'm asking is, please have belief. Belief in a cause. Cause for new space is next generation missions and technologies. And that is the exact reason, ladies and gentlemen, very happy to tell you, we have just started delivery of India's first swarm drone operational system to the Indian Army. Nobody talked about swarm drones back in 2018. We started talking, we went to the Air Force, Meher Baba, offering came, and that was a fantastic, avenue for all of us to go forward. Post that, somehow the Air Force has not been able to exploit that category. Army has taken over. But that is besides the point. What I'm trying to say is, swarming is here to stay. The people who get access to it faster will be able to define the concept of operations. We didn't have to wait for anybody to prove a point. Ukraine war is here. And so many things which are coming are actually suggesting that what we started back in 2018 is exactly the right vision. It didn't take much to, peek into the future. It took just an adequate amount of risk and some thoughtful thinking. So these are some starting points where we go forward. Now, beyond this, I personally, feel...
Samir, I would request you to tell us about the impact of IDEX and PDF.
I'm just coming to that. Okay. There, because I need to tell them how...
No, because the agenda is very focused and we are running out of time. You see the screen, I've got a lot of panelists.
Yeah.
So the agenda has to be very focused.
So I went to the Air Force first in 2017 after Doklam, sir. I said, sir, you definitely need something of ISR value. Air Force, sir is there, sir was there. And we started this initiative, but we couldn't find the process to engage with a startup. Why new space? Why not an Idea Forge? Or why not an XYZ? That continue. And suddenly out of the blue, here comes a very good, expansive kind of contractual obligations, from an innovation organization which the Defense Production Department set up called IDEX. So we went to IDEX, they told us, okay, and that time it was just being written in black and white. Back in, still remember Sec DP's office where the previous Defense Secretary was the DP. He said, we are planning something like this. I said, can you help us, sir? He said, yeah, we can give you 10 crores. I said, fine, sir, that is good enough to, start a demonstrator. So I think IDEX is what actually took an idea which was acceptable to everybody, but just was not, no VC would put money behind. It's too risky. It's likely to fail. IDEX has the potential for what, the integrated missile development program for DRDO has. That's what the potential is for various capabilities. I personally feel there is a lot of things which are happening in IDEX. Now I'll tell you what is not happening.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear.
I'm just coming. Sir, aapki thodi tarif bhi karni hai, sir. Before I come down. So first and foremost, I think let's just talk of the funding. I'll take this example of solar-powered UAV. So once the program has been accepted, I get a funding of about 1.5 crores. Everybody knows in 1.5 crores it's not going to happen. The bill of materials submitted is good about close to about 35 to 40 crores, and this has been overseen by agencies like Hindustan Aeronautics as well as the Indian Air Force. So it's not that I'm shooting in the dark. There is no way that a product which has been identified for scaling up in the future can be given additional funding by IDEX at the inception. It says my business to give you seed funding. How do I take it further? That growth model, beyond that, sir, I still have to go to a VC and raise that. Of course, it helps when you're working with the government. Times are changing. There are VCs who are interested. If you have validation from the government, they'll put money behind you. However, this is still a very far-stretched idea for a lot of us. And again, we have to be very, we need to be beware of the foreign VCs who have, links from the Chinese side. Second part is user aspirations. We have another IDEX program for an air-launched drone, and once the PDS has been signed, suddenly we get a call, the contract has been signed, we get said the user suddenly wants to extend the, the SQRs. So they said, okay, they wanted 2 units to do a certain thing, and the expansion is in the fact that they want now 4 units, and they double the range and everything, mission everything. Please tell me, who will take the increase in cost, time, labor, effort? Unfortunately, there is no accommodation for, refusal by a company who has taken over a task. And you have to be in sync with the user's aspiration. Finally, he can ask anything. So we'll request that the DDP should take note that all programs which are exceeding the mandate of the funding layers have to be tightly controlled to keep the cost within the layers, whatever the delivery lines. The third thing is, of course, sir did cover the certification aspects. So we are doing some fantastic work, but who will certify an aircraft flying at 85,000 feet, or who will certify drones which are not coming out of an aircraft? Are they weapon systems? Are they drones? So we go to CEMELAC. CEMELAC says if it is less than 25 kgs, then rule book says no certification. But you still have to certify the canister which you carry. But I need to certify still because I need to separate my UAV going forward. So there is some ambiguity. That is the first part. Certification has to be something, sir, I think, but the new DG CEMELAC is taking this initiative. So a lot of global standards are being accommodated, but the fact is that for emergent technologies, TRL 3, 4, 5, till about 7, there has to be a layered development, a spiral development of the certification also. So onus is on us to involve CEMELAC right at the inception stage. So this cannot happen at our level, sir. The problem is the user expects us to chase CEMELAC, the DDP accepts us to chase CEMELAC. This cannot be done, sir. I mean, we are as such hard pressed to deliver products for you. And mind you, 90% of military grade drones in the next 10 years will come through IDEX. Because that is the only initiative which is going on a scale which requires for a layered and a spiral development for these drones of very advanced class. I'm talking of group
Samir,
ABC.
I'll come back to you because there's a panelist who has to go offline.
Sir, last point, quick one.
No, I'll come back to you.
Sir, just closing one. Sir, last is the IPR, sir. You give me 1.5 crores, you want to own the IP. Please, I'll be happy to take it. But let's develop something first. So there has to be some semblance of the commercial product when it comes out. There has to be that if a certain quantity has been put in as a seed fund by DDP or anybody else, automatically the share should revolve around that. This is a total gray area in the documentation. Where does an innovator like us who develops something into something big, putting more money, which is 10 times the seed, but still end up giving our full IPR to DDP? These are some problem statements, sir, we would like you to examine. Thank you.
Thank you, Samir, because this is a round 1 only going. We have Amber Dubey. Amber Dubey has been the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Unfortunately, he's not here. So can you just get the VC panelist link on behind us? Amber, are you there? Can you hear us? Yeah, hi Amber. Yeah, all yours. A quick intervention. Amber, you'll have to unmute yourself and put the screen, the bigger screen. Whenever I invite a speaker, please put it big. Amber, please start speaking. No, we can't hear you. Amber, is there a problem with your mic? Just reconnect audio. Okay, before that, now I'll have a quick intervention by Mr. Sai Patabiram. Mr. Sai, I had given you 10 questions. So I just want you to, in brief, touch those issues because those have been sent to the highest level in the government. So I want you to talk on those issues specifically. Basically, we had asked him whether there's a change in performa required as far as the DAP 2020 is concerned, the IC content, and other issues. So I will not just briefly, because we're running really behind schedule on all those issues. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, there is one thing I need to mention before I, go on to those points that Colonel Manik has mentioned, and is that today the Honorable Rajya Raksha Mantri as well as Colonel Manik as well as Ankit during their presentations have talked about the fact about the national security and the national interest being a part of the business that a company needs to do. And I think this is something we realized at Zupa fairly early on. And one of the areas that we tackled about was the security issues related to the use of Chinese DJI drones by the security forces in the front as well as with the Ministry of Home Affairs organizations were using Chinese DJI drones. We realized that there would be a security gap there. So based on that, we recently have launched our completely Indian drone, which we are able to control, all the parameters of electronically because we have our, own autopilot as well as the communication systems completely developed in-house. So this is one thing that I wanted to, mention, that national interest is something that is prime and is an important factor every one of us in the drone ecosystem requires to be taking into account before we start development of products. So we have gone for the smallest and the most populous areas of where the highest population of drones are compromising national interest, and Ajit Mini is an effort in that direction. Now the next thing that we've been working on, I would say, is that we need to be taking into cognizance is that the current Russo-Ukrainian war and also the emergence of Iran within that sphere is doing two things to the defense drone ecosystem. So when we say that we want to achieve excellence in defense drones, we cannot ignore the civilian side of it, because definitely the civilian drones have also come in there, and the current wars are showing that the difference between defense drones and civilian drones is kind of blurring, and a lot of civilian drones have started getting into the defense use. So this is an area we need to look at, and Iran has talked about the second thing, which also was the reason possibly for the adoption of a lot of Chinese DJI drones by the security forces, and that is the economics of drones, the cost of drones. So as I always say, the previous asymmetries were all escalative. This is a de-escalative asymmetry where you need to start working on the economics of the drones that are being used, because more number of drones need to be deployed. So coming to this point...
One second. Because somebody has to leave. Amber, can you hear me? Amber, can you hear me? He's not connected, sir. He's not connected. You said he's connected. He's not connected. I hope you have not muted him from here. He has disconnected and gone. Okay, Mr. Sai, I had laid the ground rules. Every bit is given. No padding. Please come to the point.
Yes, okay, so now coming to this...
Time of the other speakers. I want those 10 questions, one line each, so that this thing is there.
So now coming to the point of the IC, I think this is something that was also broached by Ankit.
Yeah, Amber, can you hear us?
Sorry. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so Amber has been the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and we had invited him, and he's now today taken time off. So this is a combined interministerial affair. So Amber, quick 2-3 minutes, since you have to also go and we are running woefully short of time. Over to you.
No, thank you so much, Colonel, and a very good afternoon to everybody there. It's my misfortune I couldn't join in person. I'll just take 2 minutes. I've been listening to the whole conversation since the beginning. I think all the interesting points and important points have already been made. I refer to Colonel Manik's opening remarks that the time for action is now. In fact, it was 10 years back. We're already running late. And we have to, point number 2, we have to respect countries like, say, Turkey and Iran, who may not be in the top 5 of the world in terms of aerospace, but look at what giant strides they've done in drones. I don't want to speak much because it's a sensitive subject, so I think we should respect them, learn from them, and do something here. I think India has far more capabilities to make a difference. In terms of funding, I think Samir already mentioned that, and before that, Ankit also. Funding is key, because at the end of the day, infrastructure, rents, and your utilities bill have to be paid, salaries have to be paid, and the sharp engineer or coder or designer who we want has options in US, Europe, Canada, and Australia also. So why should we stay back in India and slog when there is no predictability or certainty? So my request would be from the industry side, I guess we have to create maybe 1,000 crore fund. The details can be discussed separately, and have a panel of eminent people who are beyond conflict of interest and beyond reproach, who could actually decide where the funding could go. Suppose it goes to 10 companies and maybe 8 of those projects fail. These will be handpicked projects by the armed forces. Maybe 8 will fail, but those 2 which will do well will create history. And that's how all the venture capitalists works. Now government has to take the venture capitalists and worked out later. Ankit also mentioned about the point about the RFP formulation and all that. There's a very interesting thing happening under the Prime Minister's Mission Karmiyogi, where in many ministries, we are sending our officers to the private sector. It's called the immersive training program, where they go in just for a week, but that 1 week itself leads to a lot of eye-opening. And similarly, under Mission Karmiyogi, the government is also planning to bring in private sector people into the government offices and create this collaboration that the Honorable Raksha Raj Mantri was also speaking about. Maybe something like that can happen here. Our young military officers can go work with the private sector for a limited period without all due safeguards, and the vice versa can also happen. And my last limited point is, I think most of the points have already been said, is 2-3 things to be done is just collaborate, because there's no way 2 Ankit sitting there or Samir and all the worthies on the dais, off the dais can create something on their own. Whosoever is leading the drones ecosystem, the entire whole of nation approach that Colonel Manik spoke about earlier has to be ensured. Thank you so much. I'm sure the road is long and tough, but we'll get there. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thanks, Amber. I will now, MD MKU is in place. Mr. Neeraj, would you like to say something about how this R&D thing, please give the mic to Mr. Neeraj Gupta, as to how we should tackle the effort of, R&D we have been discussing with you, as to what is your thing to tackle this problem. Thank you.
As everybody is saying, collaborate, Amber Bhai said just now. So I would say companies who are in the defense space, they should come forward and support the R&D efforts of the startups. That would be my take, and I would say these companies have the capability to invest in startups. They should come forward.
Are you going to do something about it?
Can think about it.
Thank you. So we have one commitment from the MD MKU to try to sort out this problem, and thank you, Mr. Singh. So coming back to Mr. Sai, you have got 2 minutes to wrap up, and then what Samir said and what Mr. Sai says, any questions for them? It's open to this audience. Yeah, Mr. Sai, 2 minutes by the clock.
Yeah, so coming to to the points that were covered by Colonel Manik, one is the indigenous content. Being on a GST in, GST out basis needs to change. It needs to capture technology. It needs to capture value addition within the country. and it needs to capture, the IPs that are generated. The second point is that as far as the purchases from the defense are concerned, I think most of the DGCA's list of approved drones, as well as the, based on the imports of DJI that have happened, we can be sure that small and micro drones are the largest, are the lowest hanging fruits to be to be addressed. So I think most in this categories of drones, procurement should be Indian by IDDM. The third is we've all been talking about developing, components and IP within the country. I think we need to have a DLI or a design-linked incentive scheme that that kind of goes along with the PLI scheme, because there is a lot of capabilities in the automobile industry, complementary capabilities in the automobile industry, which can be leveraged with a design-linked incentive scheme, and drone companies would do well to get that kind of incentive to be able to leverage those capabilities.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Sai. Any questions from the audience for Samir and Mr. Sai? Okay, please be very specific, one line, no prelude.
Colonel D'Souza here. My question is basically that military strategy and tactics earlier used to dictate technology.
It's to whom?
It's
to Samir? It is to Samir or whom?
Both of them, including MQ and also.
Okay, Samir to
Amrit.
take on first. Okay.
But have we reached a stage of reversal where technology now needs to dictate what military strategy and military tactics should be? In other words, the military forces.
Please, you got a question? Yeah, Samir.
So, Colonel, this is a very interesting question, but largely there is still a gap between understanding of the technology and usage on the battlefield. And this gap is still going to be derivative to the success of a mission or a failure of a mission. Technologies can still enhance and aid you, but the final job still has to be done through a certain tactic. Okay, so I think what we do, and I think a large number of things, I mean, you would be reading the contemporary articles. A lot of engineering in the US and what we also do, and some companies have started to do in India, is actually derivative to the, the new formation of, it's not a QR, but it's the ConOps. How the technology of today will be used, let's say 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the line, and what are the further future add-ons which are likely to happen in the same tech, scaling up of the same tech. And that is where what happens if you use this tech in a certain manner, this becomes the ConOps. So it has still not reached that juncture where, the role reversal has happened, but it is very important, and this is for all dear friends who are getting into this high technology field, to understand what your product is going to do for your end user before you even start designing. Not design something, make something, and thus then start looking for the use cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sai, any intervention on this question? Okay. Okay, have we the UTM video ready? Okay. Now we will show you something what Sky Air is attempting, and Abhyankar self and Rutkam Narang have been there, and I think Abhyankar and Rutkam Narang are pioneering this effort to get a military UTM. So can you play the video? Are you ready? Okay, go ahead. Dim the lights, please.
The peak capacity of an ATC tower is 75 flights per hour or 1,800 flights per day. This capacity of air traffic management systems falls significantly short for the modern aviation of drones and other automated flying systems. Introducing Sky UTM, the most advanced UTM system across the globe. The platform performs the task of stitching unmanned air traffic with manned air traffic. Sky UTM builds virtual highways in the sky, forming safe and efficient paths for drones to transport goods, services, and eventually people from one place to another. Sky UTM organizes the drone air traffic and demarcates the airspace based on size, category, altitude requirement, and type of operation of a drone for better and efficient traffic flow. And the regulatory access is offered to the regulators, ATC towers, and other stakeholders to monitor airspace usage, design regulations, and generate approvals. The platform enables real-time data transfer and coordination between all the different stakeholders such as the Common Information Service Provider, Ministry of Civil Aviation, the regulator, ATCs, Air Force, and other public/private aviation agencies. Sky UTM publishes the flight details of a drone operation in the black box engine that displays the time-stamped flight details of the mission in a pre-flight, in-flight, and post-flight format. The engine also publishes any errors or breaches that occurred during the flight. The platform's deconfliction engine continuously compares horizontal and vertical separation of all the manned and unmanned traffic to ensure all flights reach their destination.
Okay, thank you, Ankit. Now I hand over to Group Cam Narang. We have given him some distribution of work. First, you please tell us what you want to talk so that the audience knows regarding the 5-6 issues you're going to talk. Over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Colonel Manik and DDP and of course Vicky. There are a few things which I want to touch upon. Drone, what is the drone capabilities required? Presentation, please. What are the future technologies, counter-drone systems? These are the 3 focus areas. Can I have my presentation, please? Okay. So there are basically 4 basic principles where we were looking at, which was dictating the Atmanirbhar Bharat and all those. Now he doesn't want me to speak, so I will not speak. There are some drone projects like Nishant and Panchi. So one direct recommendation is, do we have a system of archiving designs and do we have a system of keeping record of these innovations? I find we lack that. So we need to do something about it. The second part is we have a Rustam 1, Rustam 2, UCAV, and play. Yeah, thank you. So these are inspirations, so I will not spend time on this. Defense drones, Nishant and Panchi, direct recommendation, we need to have a system of archiving work being done by public sector so that it is available to private sector to do research and improve upon, and they need not restart things. The autopilot developed for Nishant is not available to the industry today if they want. So they have to work again. Come to Tapas, remotely piloted aircraft. There are 2-3 critical points which impact indigenous program. What are the timelines? What are the funding allocation timelines? Accountability of stakeholders, and of course technology ownership. These are the common issues impacting all indigenous projects. Now come to the private sector. Private sector has demonstrated some of all these people sitting here are a indicative of progress made by private sector. Next. Airspace integration. Now there are 2 elements to it, collaborative detection, and it requires change of mindset both in civil industry as well as in military industry. The second part is non-collaborative detection, identification and tracking of small and low-flying drones. It is the biggest challenge. How much of R&D we are doing? Are we happy with the current capability? So we need more R&D. Types of UTM, we need 2, civil UTM and military UTM. Remember, military has to operate across the border, so they need a separate or some sort of segregation, security element embedded in the military UTM. And real-time monitoring. R&D, a civil aviation, a missing pillar. Yesterday we signed a contract for 470 civil transport aircraft, 220 with Boeing and 250 with Airbus. For 300 aircraft, China forced Boeing and Airbus to manufacture those aircraft in China. So they are manufacturing A320, 330 and Boeing 737 since 2008, 2016 and 2018 respectively. Where is our ecosystem? This is an opportunity. Our growth is too much, so we must leverage it to build civil aviation manufacturing capability is my recommendation. Some of the systems which we need for drones, so especially the BVOLS, we may have to have a satellite bandwidth, we may have a separate satellite, maybe by private sector, public sector recommendation. Disha Fund, which was a glimmer of hope for civil aviation R&D, is not to be seen. Can we have it? Because Civil aviation provides support to the military aviation. And we talk of civil military aviation, somebody said the best way is start civil aviation R&D. If you read my paper, Anusandhan-led Atmanirbhar US Industry in India, it is available in public space, published last year, December. It has all the details, so I will not cover because my chair is very strict. Future defense technologies. Now this is a area where I want you to dream. I want my industrialist people, friends to think. Aero engines, stealth hail. Yesterday, I have stolen some of the points from SA to RM, but I am a propagator of what India has to do. So if wherever I get, even if I get it from my fellow panelists, I will do it so that I can disseminate. I am their rep. I am the rep of India. So all these technologies, reducing RCAs, technologies needed for MUMT, IDDM, vulnerable dome components, long endurance, stratospheric sparing the US, which of course some of them are being attempted by Sameer's company. But it's a thought for the industry, how they have to think of future. What Sameer has got, I want hundreds of Sameer sitting in this hall, and we are having a challenge to accommodate them. That's what. Stealthy subsystems. When you are developing a stealthy drone, a drone is not alone. If subsystems don't have a stealthy characteristics, they cannot achieve the desired circumstances. So we have to think like that. So our thought process has to change if India has to change. So let's change. What about Navig? How much can we adopt? How many satellites we are needing? Are we thinking, are the existing satellites adequate? What about L5's band? What about S band? We need those deliberations. How many more satellites needed? How many downlinks needed? Associated technologies. So it's not only the subsystem, it's also the materials, it's also about the increasing autonomy, health system, engine battery life, everybody knows. But what we need to do, that's a plan. Satellite communication, integrating cyber security in your communication systems. Do we have the band? So these are the questions. What about compact EW and surveillance systems? Because drones are smaller, so we want this lightweight, smaller system, efficient system. So that's a future technology.
Please wrap up, Group Narang.
Counter-drone technologies. Some of the future technologies we have to do, HPM, lasers. Yesterday we said these advanced compact counter-drone technologies we need to work on. Academia, I will not repeat. Defense has a major role. IDEX.
Okay, my question to you is, what is the impact of IDX, Meher Baba, TDF on the drone ecosystem?
These people are all examples of IDEX, but what we need now is, we need IDEX phase 2, we need IDEX phase 2, 3. We need Meher Baba in Army and Navy. That's what we have to give way forward. So secondly, we have to ensure that IDEX does not get diluted. It remains focused on technology. It does not become a procurement route. It remains a technology route. That is what is my recommendation. And of course,
okay, Sameer.
Ideas.
Okay, Sameer, be very frank and honest. What is your take on Meher Baba? Just because you're an Air Force officer, you don't have to, but I have some views. What's your take on Meher Baba? How has it really taken off?
Sir, I think the idea is very, very grand and it makes a lot of sense. They did a lot of...
No, idea is fine. Has it really helped in this thing what we're doing today?
Sir, the output of the first Meher Baba into contracts did not take place. So there is a rejuvenation of the same in a different avatar. But I think this is more of a process failure rather than a thought failure.
Okay.
So just small point. What the process started by Meher Baba, it has created innovation thought in a military service. So it's achieved its purpose, but adoption by other services I feel is lacking. What about headquarter IDS adopting? What about Indian Army adopting? What about Indian Navy adopting? So that opportunities are more. So
Sir, I got some lot of queries from Indian Army to connect us with Meher Baba. I think it's been compartmentalized. Information is not being shared. So this is something very relevant. They want to know how it was done. Information is not being shared.
Yeah,
we need to address this.
That is the biggest problem in this country, that we all are working in silos. We have our own agendas, inter-service, MOD, DDP, MEA, I don't know, what else?
So we need a full
So we need to all integrate, isn't it? Is that the point, Sameer, you're all saying?
Yes, sir. I think we are all on the same page.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of just breaking through these barriers. It has to be one inclusive, a horizontal flow of ideas
Yeah, so the point which both Group Narang and Samir are bringing it, that everybody has to work together as one team and synergize the efforts, otherwise this is not going anywhere.
Yes.
The potential exists.
Yes.
The potential exists, but we all need to synergize.
Yes.
Thank you, Group Captain Narang. I think
this is the last one, if you allow me to.
Okay.
Just last one. Basically, we need a full technology roadmap, not just systems and this thing. Accountability roadmap with an accountability involvement of users in design team. So my recommendation is headquarter idea should have a R&D vertical. R&D verticals make a lot of sense. We are seeing improvements.
1 second. Sir, would you like to say something? We have the AVM from headquarter idea. Sir, would you like to say something? Please, the mic to, he's recommending R&D vertical. I don't know if it's already there or not.
Okay, I am AVM Ajay Shukla. I head the ICT vertical in headquarter IDS. And the very fact that I am sitting here and not in the seminar where the content on ICT is going on is because the importance that has been given by the CISC, and we are very cognizant of the need for IDS to play a larger role in getting the three services together. We have made some beginnings in recent times, very forceful beginnings. There's been a task force that's been set up on it's a joint task force involving the category on NCW. By the end of this month, Bill has submitted the report on that, and IIT Kanpur and IIT Mumbai are part of it, along with the three services and DoD and DDP and MOD, etc. The point that Samir raised on Meher Baba and information on that, not really percolating down and other services content and all, is very well taken. This is not the only such issue where there is a turf issue. Meher Baba started only as an Air Force project, and IDS was not really involved in that.
I have another question for headquarter IDS. Now we're talking of theatrized commands and all. So now, Ankit is making drones, Samir is making. So is there a need for a standardized data protocols and the standards and all to be set in India as far as the drone industry is concerned? What are your views on that?
There is a need for standardized data protocols, not only in this, across the very large gamut. Again, we are expecting by the end of this month the promulgation of India standards for the software-defined radios. Again, Academy has involved. Professor Karandikar is heading this whole committee. It was supposed to come out by 31st December. We hope by this month, and perhaps tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, I'm heading to Deal, Dehradun to again get the latest update on all this. So this is not the only field. There are a whole lot of fields wherein this is required to be done. Let's see how much we can do. And your query has got nothing to do with theatrization. Theatrization, no theatrization, this is required.
No, why I am saying is because when you have a command control system, the problems we have with IACC's handshake with Akash Tir, so what I'm saying is when you have got these a particular command center in a particular command, so what these guys do and all, there's got no standard data protocol required. From that point of view, that's what I want to clarify.
No, it is required. We are right now. There is another task force being set up for common protocols to be developed for sharing of SIGINT. So there are a lot of this.
No, we'll confine to drones. We'll only confine to drones.
So, drones part, I personally am not very directly associated with that activity, but then since there is a throwback on it in the ICT domain, we are.
Abhyankar, would you like to say something on this issue? Would you add something? Some value addition on this question which I asked? Please give the mic to Group Captain Abhyankar. Come ahead in the head road. Please come ahead.
So I am part of the Standing Advisory Committee on Headquarters IDS to catalyze indigenous development of drones. And we are closely following the vision for making India a global drone hub by 2030. So what I would like, and my interaction with industry has always been that please give us the standards you want to follow so that we can make better recommendations. And that was what my first question was, is the industry putting in any efforts to commonalize the tech standards? Because standardization need not have a detrimental effect on innovation. That is what we are proposing.
No, absolutely, sir. I think there is a huge need to adopt open standards which will allow people to interface various subsystems with each other. There do exist a lot of standards which can easily be adopted, and they are already being adopted in many places, including some of the systems that we build.
So, sir, I think the larger part of your question is answered by the lack of a drone supply and chain ecosystem in India itself. Everybody is dependent mostly on the communication side of things from components which are coming from outside. Second is the insistence of the end user to generally buy systems which are in the non-regulatory ISM band. So 2.4 gigahertz, it's a common standard. But when you want to do some interesting stuff in the military side of things, there you need to specify what band you want. Now the second problem comes is, if I want a band, you say, okay, I just have these frequencies in those bands. So it is like announcing to the world that we will be operating within these frequencies only, because it is from the WPC side, it is only given. But coming back to the core point, except a few companies, largely everybody is using a lot of COTS equipment. So those are the standards which are defining that. Communication protocols are common across all COTS equipment. There is no standard for that. But you need to go forward and define what is the band of operation for military ops you're looking for: long range, medium range and short range. That itself will resolve that will be the indication for the industry to start forming those standards as we go forward.
Okay, now we have virtual this thing. Professor Abhishek, is he online? Professor Abhishek from IIT Kanpur. Can we have him on the screen? Professor Abhishek, over to you.
Thank you, sir. A lot of interesting ideas have already been talked about. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are audible. Yep.
So almost everybody is sort of trying to point out about the same thing, that several of us are actually sort of redoing same things over and over again. That is, there is a lot of reinventing of wheel involved in the current drone ecosystem in the country. And we are talking about, on one side, about the platform for that we should collaborate and try to work together in some manner. But as of now, we are seriously lacking a clear platform where this kind of engagement can happen. There is right now no clear mechanism by which we can see that I can work with Samir, or I can work with Ankit or somebody else like that. Actually, even if you see, there is not a lot of communication happening between academia and industry. So as to speak, industry is trying to work in its own way and trying to solve its own problem, while a lot of solutions can be leveraged upon from academia actually in a fairly fast and easy manner. So that is one side of things. Other is, of course, despite of all the great things done by government and all the effort being put up by the startup community and the established industries, we still have not yet actually worked in the direction to bridge the gap which is there actually in the current ecosystem, and which is about the components, which Samir was just kind of highlighting. We still have to seriously depend on imports for sensors, actuators and communication devices. So this has to be solved, and it has to be solved in a very focused and concerted manner. We have to put up, we in the sense, all the community itself and government has to intervene and say that yes, let's invest in this area and let's solve these problems one by one. List out the problems, what are the components which we are not able to manufacture, which we still have to import from outside. And
okay, Abhishek, Abhishek, just please, you had authored a paper, which you had given to the Ministry of Civil Aviation and MHA 3 years back. So with this panel here, you have to work very closely. We have promised the Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri to give a plan. So can you, with the team sitting with me left and right, can you tell us a timeline when this plan would be ready, and maybe we'll take it up the chain? So can you just commit a particular timeline, how much required? We already done. And I'll request Samir, Ankit, Group Captain Narang and all the fellow panelists here, Mr. Sai, to work on this. And can we commit a timeline? Because I'm going to ask these four gentlemen also.
Definitely, sir. A proposal like this.
No, timeline. Timeline. 5 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. MOD specific.
The timeline for the proposal or timeline for implementation, sir? Which one are you asking?
No. First, we have to make a plan. What you had presented was for MOCA and MHA. So, what in your assessment would that timeline be to make this MOD specific?
Sir, in 2 to 3 months, it can be easily prepared, sir, with good amount of detail and research.
3 months. Okay, Samir, your take.
Sir, it can be done.
3 months.
3 months,
okay.
at least the views can be collated.
Okay, fine.
And
Mr. Sai,
debated upon. And
3 months. Okay, Ankit. Okay, this is a DS solution. Everybody is agreeing to 3 months. Okay, gentlemen, the FICCI Secretary General, please note this point. The team of Professor Abhishek. General Pannu sir, are you there, sir, or he had to leave? I think he's left. Because he has a flight to catch. Okay. So, gentlemen, please put it on record. The team of Professor Abhishek, Samir, Mr. Sai, and Ankit Mehta. You can take the entire ecosystem here. Somebody volunteer here. Brigadier Ramesh. Yeah. Okay. Colonel D'Souza. Okay. Avdesh. Oh my God. He's also been left out. Okay. Okay. So, Professor Abhishek, I know we are running woefully short of time, but I just wanted to highlight you have done an excellent job from IIT Kanpur, and I think you have to also leave. So, we will look forward to in 3 months. Today is what? And if this 3 months timeline, this report is not done by the study group, what is the penalty? What is the penalty we put on you guys? Okay, that we'll talk separately. So we have 7 people volunteering to this participant in the Mahayajna. And now I will invite Smriti to 2 minutes, Smriti.
Just one last point.
Yeah, okay, yeah, please, please. Yeah.
So, sir, another important thing, which actually has to be done at a much higher level probably is that, more often than not, we are actually reacting to what, comes upon us. We are not actually planning for the future, well in advance. So, I mentioned to you earlier also, the kind of DARPA kind of model, where we actually create mission impossible kind of scenarios where, you have problems which are almost impossible to solve and give it out to academia, industry, and everybody actually to work together. And let it be solved, and that's how, we can really make a serious progress in the direction of creating new technologies where, we can compete with everybody else. But right now what we are doing is that we are just playing a catch-up game. So that actually has to change, and that can only happen, if we have a body which actually sort of, upar se danda laga ke says everybody, ki bhai, you have to do this.
Unfortunately, that's how things work here. Thank you. Over.
Exactly, sir. Exactly.
Yeah. Professor Abhishek, we'll be having a VC with this fellow panelists here. And we'll include Brigadier Ramesh and Colonel D'Souza, and who was the gentleman there who raised a hand? Avdesh. So we'll make a formalized study group, and we'll have continuous VCs. And don't worry, 3 months we will do something. And before I hand over to Smriti, the gentleman on my left, Ankit Kumar, busy on WhatsApp. So you have to make this military UTM by 20th April, okay? So that's the timeline for the military UTM. Already decided. Abhyankar, you know the penalty, what we have decided amongst ourselves, okay? And that military UTM is between Abhyankar, Group Captain Narang, Ankit. And I'm the moderator there, again. And we already decided the first time. When is the first timeline? When is the first timeline? Shrikant, where are you? Yeah, what is the first timeline for this military UTM? No. There are 3-4 steps in that. Okay. Okay, fine. So 20th April, if we don't have a real concept paper coming on military UTM, so you know what's going on. So we've decided on this MOD specific thing. We have decided on a military UTM. And now we have a logistic drone specialist. I hope I've not stolen your thunder, Smriti. Okay, over to you.
Hello. Thank you. So, with your permission, we've heard a lot of things, but I'd just like to do a very small activity with everyone. It's just a 30-second activity. I'll wrap up my logistics drone agenda very soon. Everyone on the panel can also do that.
Avdesh.
Try it.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. So, for 30 seconds, just follow what I say. Try to close your eyes. Close your eyes. Just close your eyes, everyone. Try it. And imagine the most difficult situation you've ever been in. For 20 seconds, just imagine the most difficult situation you've ever been in. And watch it. Watch what it does to your brain. Watch what it does to your mind. Now, take a deep breath in Take another breath in and breathe out through your mouth. Once again, take a deep breath in, another breath in, and breathe out through your mouth. And just open your eyes. This was taught to me by somebody in the army. And he told me that we're faced with very difficult situations every day. And this is one of a very nervous system calming down technique. So I thought, since we've heard so many things amongst us today, I think it was important to digest it first before we moved on to the next agenda, which is logistics drones. So in about 2021, actually in 2018, I'm an aircraft designer. So in 2018, I designed a long-range logistics drone. At that point, it was capable of going up to 60 kilometers, carry 10 kgs of payload, with no market research whatsoever. I just loved designing planes, so I designed it. In 2021, due to some personal tragedies that actually struck my family, I decided to come back and sort of set up Defy Aerospace. And for 1 year, we focused purely on civilian applications. And we've been developing this in Mumbai, and it's capable, now the product is capable in the civilian sector. It's called Birdie FW. It's capable of going up to 120 kilometers, carry about 20 kgs of payload, and there's a decent ceiling height available, but we thought of implementing that to bridge the gap of healthcare segment between rural and urban regions. And then we understood, and then I slowly got in touch with many people from the army, and I understood the requirement of logistics drone, especially for emergency stores in time critical situations. For example, water. Water is extremely imperative if somebody is on the battlefield. In fact, at several stages of battle, we have ammunition boxes, we have water, and these are anywhere between 6 kgs to 30 kgs. So for these reasons, we are now developing a military-specific long-range UAV. It's a blended wing model. We are developing it to go up to about 150 kilometers and carry anywhere between 6 kgs to 50 kgs. One of our very important criteria, the design criteria for this, was extremely long endurance. So we are aiming for more than 120 minutes at the moment. We are looking to bring this out in the market by the end of 2023 with the vision that we can supply and we can support the people who are saving us, especially on the highest place, which is Siachen Glacier. So that is my vision with Defy. And that's the kind of product that we are bringing perhaps in the next 1 year.
Thank you, Smriti. Great job done. So now we have Abhimanyu. Then we have just 2 minutes, Abhimanyu, sorry. We're really running short of time. 2 minutes to Abhimanyu, 2 minutes to Avdesh in that order, and 2 minutes to my friend Abhishek Jain. Come in the front row. Let the world see you. Come and sit. Yeah, come. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, and then followed by Ankit for the summing up. Please stick to the time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. So I will discuss the startup initiatives. So before I begin, it is important to understand why startups are important in the drone space and what advantages do startups present. So startups have a culture of agility, pace, embracing new technologies, solving problems with out-of-box thinking. So this aligns very well with the needs of the government of India and the armed forces that require solutions for their niche problems. Now, India has varied terrain and weather conditions, as Ankit rightly brought out. The requirements of the forces are also diverse. The forces are coming up with the requirements and new ways to utilize drones as we go along. As we have seen with logistics drones, for DUAF capability, acting as an air observation officer for artillery fire, for detection of foreign object debris on runways, for dispersal of search and rescue equipment for the Navy, and for also small team operations. So because of all of this, startups become a natural partner to cater to these new and emerging requirements. Now, what are startups and we specifically doing to propel the drone sector. Firstly, we are giving equal importance to the product and process innovation. We are trying to bring manufacturing at par with international standards. We are building capacity so that up to even 80% of all the components are manufactured in-house. Right now, airframes, power rails, PCBs, propellers are being manufactured. Soon we are transitioning into motor manufacture also. Second, as again it has been brought out to some extent, we are utilizing the initiatives of the government, such as IDEX, TDF, to develop the technologies that will make every module, submodule, or capability, that those capabilities will be developed in-house. So our logistics drone, we have gotten aid of TDF. For our swarm drones, we have participated in Meher Baba and we've been finalists. And now, thanks to IDEX, we are developing an automatic flotation device dispersal drone. Thirdly, from the inception, we have been constantly in touch with the armed forces to understand what are the problems, what kind of areas they operate in, how their day-to-day operations can be made easier by the utilization of technology. So we have understood that, done our R&D and catered to those custom solutions. That is why we have not gone the JV way to give an one-size-fits-all solution. Now, besides all of this, the startups are also helping in generating employment.
Okay, just talk about, 30 seconds, about what is a niche thing. Here, everybody knows this thing. Anything niche you're developing?
So, okay, so I'll talk about niche things. So, like I mentioned, small team operations. Now, special forces require a compact drone that can carry out surveillance also, can drop improvised explosive devices also. So we have developed various categories of drones that are foldable, carry 1.8 to 5 kg explosives, are being exploited by forces like Marcos, like the Parasevs, by 4 Vikas, and these sort of forces.
Okay, thank you. Now, Avdesh, 2 minutes. You want to talk about exports, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
So, well, thank you. I'm going to take this question.
No, I think you're not audible.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to take this question, which talks about how does India project itself in the mid and long term for export of high-quality drones. So I would, to start off with, I would just like to share our experience, which we made last year, in the export of drones to a friendly country. And what we experienced was the grant of export authorization was done in just 4 weeks, which is normally 6 to 8 months for other nations in the West. So this would be a moat advantage for the country in being able to promote defense exports from India. The second aspect which I would like to get on is the possibility of co-bundling of drones with main equipment. Example, ISR drones with artillery guns or aerial targets with AD weapon systems. So at least this could be suggested to the prospective customer on a G2G basis. Thirdly, one of the problems rather we've been facing is there have been requests for being able to showcase our products on in India to prospective customers. If infrastructure could be made available, could be field firing ranges, or could be other infrastructure wherein private drone manufacturers can showcase their equipment. And the last point, as we're running short on time, what we said as squadron leader Samir Joshi said right in the beginning, that we need to look at on the horizon or beyond the horizon technologies rather than following Me Too syndrome for trying to export drones. What I would include in this is, of course, loitering munitions, that's the buzzword, swarming technologies, AI/ML, and similar on that field. With that, I'll just sum up my responses to this question, sir.
Thank you. Abhishek Jain, would you like to say something? Abhishek represents a startup called as Zeus Numerics. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so when we are doing drone R&D, there are few things that I think we should do. First is, I think there are too many drone startups now, and some of them are not very great also. So if some people die, I think we should not feel bad about them. So that's one. In the R&D side, I think what happens is that drones as a specific mission are different, but there are basic components to a drone, the brain, the eyes. I think what we need to do as development is...
Firstly, let me be your brand ambassador.
Yeah.
This gentleman is trying to weaponize Herons for the 3 trial services, and they have just seen that drone, and I've been told by, I think the rep of L&T is not here right now, and I think kudos to you for your excellent feasibility study which you gave us in November. And if you do this, you'll do wonders.
Yes, sir. So when I say spiral development, what is happening is we are taking, for example, open source data, we are taking semiconductors from outside. I think the first thing that we need to do is write our own autopilot of the brain. With the semiconductor, of course, fabbed outside, but we should have control on that. And then we should make our own miniaturized autopilot. So that's one. Second, again, we are too much worried about the megapixels in the camera. We don't understand that it's not the megapixels, the pixel size, which determines from how far you can see. So we'll also need to design and develop the semiconductor where we can determine what is the pixel size and then the associated electronics. The third is the propellers, or in some cases the engines. Here again, we are still working on very old propellers. People are talking about toroidal propellers or some other stuff, I think. And in some of the cases, like the toroidal propellers, they are aerodynamics, and we are very good as a country in aerodynamics. Can't we just have a small project and maybe try to find out whether they are actually good or not, or it's only news? So I think I would just like to say, let's do spiral development, and let's one by one, I think in parallel, develop these things and then integrate with the drone ecosystem. So not everybody has to be a drone OEM. Many people can be supporting to the drone OEM, where they can develop the brain, or they can develop the eyes, or they can develop the propellers, which I can say the legs. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Group Captain Bhatt from Tata Aerospace and Defense. Over to you, Group Captain Bhatt, for your thoughts as to how the Tata Aerospace and Defense is going to do something in this field. Thank you.
I'm Group Captain KP Bhatt, represent Tatas. Tatas, we are doing some serious work in the R&D, exactly in line with all the speakers have spoken. It's extremely important to have the key underlying technologies in our control, and these are the ones which will go a long way in getting India on the path of Atmanirbhar. Till that, nobody is going to give you these technologies on a platter. You have to dirty your hands and get it onto the field and test it rigorously to build a robust system. I think we are making significant efforts in the field of small UAVs, the larger male class of UAVs, and even the much larger business jet class of aircrafts as well. I think I don't have much details to share at this point of time. It will come soon. We will have major products being rolled out.
Group Captain Bhatt, I've told his CEO, Mr. Sukaran Singh, and he's said that you are going for big things, and Tatas for us represents the Indian ethos, and I share the same birthday with your founder. So I'm seeing your world-class infrastructure in Hyderabad. So we are really expecting a very good formal announcement from the Tata Aerospace and Defense very soon in the very niche technologies. I'm very happy that your conglomerate, which the entire India looks up to, have to take leadership. Thank you. There's a gentleman there. He wants to say something. Yes. Please give the mic to him. Please give the mic to the gentleman.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Surinder from Axiomatic, Ahmedabad. And I just wanted to make a point here. We were talking about R&D. And we are working with DRDO, ISRO, ADA since the last 14 years. And we've established ourselves as the undisputed leader when it comes to the CFD, computational fluid dynamic domain. We have solved all the problems in this area given to us by ADA, DRDL, ADE, VSSC, ASL, RCI. Whether it is store separation, whether it is rocket technology, whether it is aircraft gust simulation, wind and rain simulation for UAVs, DRDL for all the rocket-related, combustion-related activities. Recently, we have concluded a benchmark for scramjet combustion, and we are a very small company. In India, we are just 4 people. And that's why it's taken us so much time. The technology is US based, and we are serving the country here. Till now, we have worked only with DRDOs and the government organizations, but we are ready to help the ministries of defense, the defense production partners, startups.
Yeah, please send me, I'll give you my visiting card. Please send me what your company is doing.
Sure, sir.
We'll do,
we'll
connect you to the entire ecosystem. Yep.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. Smriti, 45 seconds.
Yes, sir. I quickly wanted to wrap up this by just telling you about this initiative that we are doing. Actually, we went back into the value chain for creating the logistics drones, and we found out several opportunities in the areas of testing and validation, design, piloting, assembly and maintenance. And we really wanted to take this opportunity to bring more women into this industry. Being a woman myself, I understand what sort of intimidating obstacles can come in the way. There are ways around it. People are extremely appreciative, but at the first thought of it, it's very intimidating. So we need to create an ecosystem for women to join. And for those reasons, we have also started training rural women as well as women from here in drone pilot training who can fly our kinds of drone, heavy fixed wing drones, and also who can assemble and maintain highly technical UAVs. We need people, we cannot abandon an entire gender, so we need to create an ecosystem who can bring more women into this industry. So thank you.
Thank you. I now hand you over to Ankit for summing up the entire 2.5 hours of this really engrossing session. Over to you, Ankit.
Thank you, sir. I won't take much long this afternoon. First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for a patient hearing through this long session, impeding into our lunch time as well at this point in time. So I'm very conscious of that. You know, like what I started off with, I think India has a very unique advantage, and despite the advantage, we are lacking in a lot of these capabilities, and that lack of capability in many aspects is a huge opportunity for the ecosystem, and we should all step up to live up to that opportunity, including making sure that we are addressing not just the basic needs of fulfilling the requirements for I-star systems for our ground forces to the very last mile of where it will be required. That scale and depth of penetration of the technology is equally crucial. As crucial is it for us to adopt the cutting edge next generation systems to ensure that we are both maintaining our ability to respond at scale as well as our ability to respond at the most cutting edge simultaneously. It's an imperative for the nation.
One question, because I think one thing is left out. Do you think that the DAP 2020 IC content performer needs to be reworked? Yes, no?
The
yes,
way
no.
We,
yes,
way
no.
we evaluate has to be
no, yes or no?
Content, percentage wise, no, not required. The way we look at it.
You say no. Group Kam Narang, to support indigenization, do you, just one word, yes or no? What, does the current DAP 2020 revised to be revised, yes or no? Yes. Abhimanyu? No, okay, fine, okay, fine. Yeah, Mr. Sai?
I believe that, any regulation or any rules is an evolutionary process, so DAP definitely needs to be looked at, and especially the IC content, the way it is arrived at, definitely needs to be re-evaluated.
I'm also of the firm opinion that this is a loophole in the present system, and we need to work on it. Please carry on.
Absolutely, sir. Great to have a lot of diversity of opinion. Like Honorable Raksha Rajya Mantri mentioned, we should endeavor to ensure that at least no critical subsystems are emanating from geographies that we are likely to go up against. We need to take a lot of heart from successful programs like the Blue SUS program of the United States, where they have been able to achieve the ability to wean.
So where can we learn from, Ankit? What is your assessment? Which is the country we should say to emulate?
Which is the
country which is a drone superpower? How India needs to go? Which is the country would you like us to emulate in the world?
As far as this particular program is concerned, United States has been very successful in weaning off components of.
So we should go the US model, right?
Very, very clearly. I mean, it's very simple. It's not very complicated. So I think we should go in that direction. We of course need to work towards how RFIs are evaluated and addressed in our country. That's, I think, that's heart of a lot of problems with GSQRs in my opinion.
One second. When are you giving me the RFI? So this is all being recorded, I hope? Recording? No, you have to put it in paper. You have to put an official document now as part of the seminar.
No,
so when are you giving us the RFI?
I can share the RFP at any time.
No, you have to share it officially with us.
Yeah, I will do.
With copy to Fiki.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Of course, while we work towards improving our ability to form the right QRs, the ability to induct state-of-the-art technology is, I think, contingent on us evolving our method of evaluation in a way that if somebody is offering something genuinely cutting edge, they get a disproportionate value delivered to them for doing that, for enhancing capability. I think the present enhanced parameters process allows for only 10% enhancement, and it is woefully inadequate for anybody to offer the genuine cutting edge. Indigenization, no doubt, is the need of the hour. It has to go to the entire length and breadth of what we are capable of achieving in our country. There will be certain areas where it is not going to happen immediately, like building the components, the silicon. It's something that we don't have any fab to do that job for us at this point in time, so we'll have to be patient. But to the extent possible, we should control the intellectual property that allows you to exploit that silicon wherever
So what should be done to incentivize patents?
Come again, sir?
What should be done to incentivize patents in this country?
Incentivize?
Patents.
I think ultimately anybody who's trying to push the boundaries of technology.
Is it required, not required?
Has to do it.
Is it required, not required?
The mindset change is required. There is nothing more you can do than the regime that is out there. I mean, there can always be improvement in the regime, but there is not more that is needed to do in the regime itself. It's the mindset that people approach technology with, engineering is approached with in our companies, which is extremely important, including ours. Engineers are busy fixing things. They don't think about intellectual property, and it's always an afterthought in most cases than otherwise. R&D and industry, R&D have to walk a step together. Industry has to build the muscle to take things at an early stage, convert them into products. R&D in academia has to move 2 steps forward to make sure that they deliver something that genuinely works in the real world, so that the industry can adopt it and take it to the market. Potentially a triple helix approach will be needed for each party stepping up to the party. It is unlikely that we will meet our aspirations for funding defense startups by foreign capital dependencies. We need to have a large pool of local capital going after differentiated technologies being built in the country, so that we can step up and build a genuine drone ecosystem that the world can be proud of. If we are capable of doing that, and if we start onto that path, I'm quite sure that we'll be confident that we will collaborate internally a lot more than seeking collaborations with the rest of the world and ignoring what's being done here or what's being built here with as much capability as well. And collaboration, in my opinion, is the way in which we will ensure that we'll become the drone hub of the world. We will not be able to do it in isolation as we are doing it presently in the moment in the country. Thank you so much everyone for your patient attention this afternoon. Good day to you.
Thank you. So indeed, it was a very interesting and interactive session, panel discussion which we had today, and we discussed on various aspects of drone and how to build our own indigenous capability. And I'm sure that the points which will emerge from this discussion will help us in making another sort of proposal to the government, and Fiki will definitely work on that. Now to conclude this session, this is a ceremonial ending, and we would like to felicitate all our panelists who are here. So I would request moderator of the panel discussion to felicitate the panelists with the memento which we have right here with us. So can you please start bringing the memento? We can start with the lady here. Yeah. Samriddhi, please. May I have a round of applause? Mr. Vivek Mishra, please. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu. Group Captain Naran, sir, please. Mr. Ankit Mehta, the Dronacharya as May I request Mr. Rangarajan? Thank you. Mr. Sai Bhattaviram. Mr. Ankit Kumar. Okay, fair enough. And Samir Joshi. Did I leave anyone? Oh, sorry, I missed Avdesh. So may I request Avdesh ji to please join us here? May I request Group Captain Bhatt to kindly come on the stage? Thank you. Himanshu, please join us on the dais. Himanshu. It's a surprise element. Sir, I'm announcing. How can I just be there? And one last memento for Colonel Manikanan ji.
There is one more which is to be presented to Colonel Manik. I'll do it.
So thank you very much, everyone.